Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Monaco. I am here in the studio with Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic. My name is Almira Skripchenko, and we are going to be your hosts, experts, and we are going to commentate the third leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix Series, organized in beautiful Monaco. Luxurious, beautiful setting, Alojzije.
Yeah, fantastic conditions. I think players can really focus on their best performance. A lot of is on stake. Some players are chasing their final, I would say, results. Yeah, it will be very interesting. 10 players, round robin. You have always chance, even if your start is shaky. So quite an interesting tournament ahead of us.
Yes, and of course, please don't worry if you know nothing about the Grand Prix series. We will go through all the details. We will explain what is at stake actually here, because this is the third leg. There are 6 tournaments overall, and only 2 top players from all of the series will qualify for the candidates tournament. So we will have the standings for you, games, of course, special guests, but let's maybe get back to the playing hall. Yes?
Yeah, let's check the playing hall. I think conditions are really good here in Novotel Hotel.
And the players are getting ready. So an Indian derby immediately from the start, Alojzije.
Yeah, actually, this is a rule that somehow players from the same country are paired in the first round, which I think is fair.
Of course.
If something happens in the last round, of course, they are all very sportsmen, athletes, fair play is very high. But anyway, maybe it can be also tricky, emotional and psychological. So I think it's good to avoid this clash in the last round, possible last round.
Of course, but it also offers for their fellow colleagues and competitors the safety of mind, they can play the tournament and not think about other aspects, even though, as you said, all these players are incredibly fair play and respectful to their opponents. So now we will have a few ceremonial first moves.
They're enjoying their time, huh?
Yes,
I see
exactly.
that they're having some nice chat, laugh.
Yes.
That's cool.
On your screen, you have Larissa Darkina, the spouse of Sergei Darkin, the sponsor of this event. I'm not sure who is going to make the first ceremonial move, because we will have a few of them. So what is
I see next to European Chess Union President Zorobaz Maparishvili, that is All Indian Chess Federation President.
Yes, Nitin Naran.
Yeah. So you're right, we will see. But you can see now
Elisabeth Paehtz on your screen. Yes,
yeah,
he's playing against Zhongyi. We have Kateryna Lagno facing Alexandra Goryachkina. Once again, an all-Russian derby. So there is no easy opponent in this event.
Yeah. Actually, when I'm seeing those clashes, it's really hard to predict the outcome of the games. So that's why these events are very interesting. And what is important that it's not some kind of classical open tournament. Players are fighting for very important stuff, and they're risking, I would say, a bit more than usual.
Of course, Alexandra Kosteniuk is facing
she's playing against she's Munguntuul, Batkhuyag from
player from Mongolia.
Yes.
She qualified through the FIDE Grand Prix. And then Dana Reznice is making a small speech welcoming the players.
Yeah, FIDE president was here, Arkady Dorkovich, but at the opening, actually you conducted a bit that ceremony, Almira. Always nice to have you there. So Dana is around, Jean-Michel, you could see Monaco Chess Federation president.
Stefan Eskafra, the chief arbiter.
Yeah, so the team.
Yes.
Yeah. There are a lot of officials, but what I think that they are aware that this event is quite important for players, and how I see that they are quite humble, not want to take the floor from players, and yeah, soon we will have focus on the games. Yeah, Niki Riga, our photographer, is taking some photos. Typical, I would say, start of round robin chess tournament.
Yes, but let's say that's exactly what I wanted to tell you. This is not a typical start because, the players are already in the games. I'm pretty sure some of them are not even paying attention. But this is something because Larissa, she's an actress. And for me, it's a start of a play. That's how I see it.
If we could get maybe camera on the board where the game
on the first ceremonial move, yes.
It's Humpy Koneru, but it's already made. We are a bit late for that.
Yes, Nitin Narang, the president of All India Chess Federation, logically made the first move in an Indian derby.
Now it's time in another game.
So,
we
yes,
have Elisabeth Paehtz.
Yes.
Now you could see with Andrzej.
And Dana Reznic, yes. So E4 is going to be the first move.
Okay.
What a beautiful image.
Yeah, teamwork. Ladies are princesses here. And actually, it was interesting, Almira, next to your name, it's IM. Of course, you were close. Your rating was 2500. You were close to GM title. But anyway, you are like IM title. But somehow, maybe it would also be cool that you have next to your name also WGM, because you are a woman grandmaster. You also are expert of woman chess, and you know so many details.
It's an interesting observation because today in the morning I read an article, a very thoughtful article about how to change the approach. Well, it was regarding the women's soccer in the United States, so published in the New York Times, but I thought that the framework could be also changed for women's chess, because those are the same ideas, because for a long time we looked at things, and I'm not judging anything. That was the course of history through male lens and maybe bias. So I think it's only logical that we start, building a framework which takes into account, women's needs, female, female athletes, performances level, what they need also to do in terms of mental preparation, medical research, and so to build this environment around them.
Yeah, I fully agree. And as we mentioned, Monaco is very focused on conditions for women. You are still playing for a club, so you are here at home, I believe. Yes,
soon we will show it.
Yeah. We will tell our viewers a bit more about your dress, your T-shirt.
Kateryna Lagno is on your screen, playing with the white pieces. Kateryna is a very dangerous opponent, even though she is facing Alexandra Goryachkina, who won the Grand Prix in Shymkent. I think she went undefeated in this event, but Kateryna is not a newcomer. She won the Grand Prix series a few years ago. She played a few candidates tournaments, so a lot of things are at stake, especially if you start badly in the series. You have to catch up.
Yeah, but frankly speaking, here, of course, as we mentioned, players need to try to get into top medalist, or let's say top 3 places to collect the points. We will see many Petrovs, maybe even some Berlins and games, because as a black, you don't want to lose. You want to push with white. And with white, to build something, you also need a risk a little bit from your opponent. So if your opponent plays Sicilian, then of course you have more chances. So it will be interesting to see. I expect in the first few rounds that we will have more stable positions, more stable openings. And then at the middle of the tournament, there will be some more, I would say, risky openings around.
So Bibisara Assaubayeva, she is playing against Sarasadat Khademalsharieh. Bibisara is currently leading the Grand Prix series in the standings because she played 2 events already, and we will have the standings on the screen. Well, first the pairings, of course, and then the standings. So these are the pairings for the first round. And look at the ratings. This is a very strong tournament, but despite the fact that those are very strong players, let's say they prepare for hours, they have the same files. What I wanted to say that if we compare those data and stats with the, let's say, close tournaments, we will still have the number of decisive games, which is going to be higher.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, we need to take into consideration that some players have just started their participation, only first tournament, so we can go back with standings. Let's go back with standings,
of course.
Yeah, and of course, Bibisara, she's leading the tournament, but
Yes. Okay. We will come back to the to the standings. Okay, let's talk about the format. Yes, because if you just started, tuned in, let's explain what is it all about.
What do you think, Almira? 6 tournaments, is it enough? Is it maybe too much? So players are playing 3. So what do you think about this system from your point of view?
Well, I think
3 tournaments probably should be enough to show your strength.
Of course, it's a very interesting format. 6 tournaments allow more players to participate. Even though you have players who qualify for the Grand Prix, we have the wild cards. But I think it enlarges the pool of the players, and we have the sense of justice, which is a little bit more developed for me, because I don't want those tournaments to be reserved all the time for the same players. So it's important, to have the young players qualified, to have the local heroes taking part in those Grand Prix series. So now you have 20 players which are competing. And so, as you've said, the 3 tournaments are
20,
played.
As you mentioned, it's giving chance, opening doors for some newcomers, for players who are not rated maybe at very top, but still they can put some effort. So I think this system is very good. I think the 9 rounds is enough, because sometimes this for example, candidate with 14 players, and now for example Vaikanze was played and they had 3 days. It's quite tough.
And you're right. And before, the Grand Prix were played with 11 rounds. And, FIDE modified the prism. I think it was a change in the paradigm. So they added prizes. We'll go through them, of course, once again. So first Grand Prix was played in Tbilisi, then in Shymkent. Now it's the 3rd leg, which is organized in Monaco, followed by Cyprus, a tournament in Pune in India, and
Austria,
the finale in Austria. We will know after the last tournament which players actually have qualified.
Just to add, I was speaking a bit with Austrian president Michael Stöttinger, and he was actually mentioning, now you can see that in Austria we don't have a venue yet, you could see. And the thing is that he's planning to make some nice venue, maybe some castle, which actually has a round-robin tournament, only 10 players. Of course, there are some accompanying persons, maybe coaches, but in total there are not many people coming. You can maybe make some kind of exclusive conditions. Of course, Monaco can stage also big number tournaments. We were doing a commentary here together this month, and it looked to me that I was sitting here, Almira, a week ago.
It's like we never left.
Yeah, so basically you can organize an event in Monaco for bigger numbers, but also if you're targeting some more exclusive stuff, for example, like in Austria, and maybe some castle, it can also be very, very nice.
Yes, but it's not easy to secure a castle, so because I'm not saying that it is easy, but Monaco has all the infrastructures, so when you are thinking about an event on how to organize it, very often things are here, like, and you know already how everything works, if you have a different venue, like for example a castle, you have to build an infrastructure around the venue. So it takes time and
I agree.
a lot of thoughts. So here are the standings.
Yeah, so now it's we have Tsolakidu. She's waiting to participate in her last Grand Prix. Bibisara is probably like very well determined, because when you know that it's your last chance, she's leading the standing.
But she finished second. What I wanted to say, she had an outstanding result in Tbilisi, and she finished third, in this second Grand Prix in Kazakhstan.
I would maybe say that Goryachkina and Kashlinskaya are sort of leading the field at the moment, but of course you cannot guarantee your harvesting of points in the next tournaments, but with the start of winning tournament is really good.
What I wanted to point out for our viewers, as you can see, Alina Kashlinskaya, she has 130 points, and Alexandra Goryachkina 130 points. That means that they've won the tournament, ahead of the other players. It's not a shared first place. So, and players are striving to get this, first place.
Yeah, so I would say that Bibisara really needs a good result here, because it's quite, I would say, like expected that Kashlinskaya and Goryachkina will perform. So maybe even Goryachkina is a bit more favorite in that term. So Bibisara needs a good result in this event. Yeah, because just to remind you once again, only two players are qualifying
for the overall
so result. We can say.
And here are the prizes, by the way. So it's also a very interesting system, and it rewards combativity, because not only you have prizes per tournament, but you also have prizes which reward the overall standings in the Grand Prix. So let's say you have a total prize fund of $80,000. I suppose it's dollars, yes.
Yeah.
And you see that the number of points which is attributed during the Grand Prix, but you also have the total prize fund for the Grand Prix series. So bonuses.
Yeah, of course, these prizes are motivation for players, not just for their income, but also maybe they're ready to invest a bit more in their development. So, yeah, I'm quite happy, and I would love to see this even increasing even more.
But to be honest, when you said maybe not for their income, but we should not forget that it's very important for ladies to have those prizes, because a lot of them are mothers, and we tend to forget that it's not easy. So not only they have to prepare for these events, but also take care of their family. Maybe there are some other aspects of their life. Maybe they are taking care of their parents. So we should not forget this. And I'm actually thankful that conditions are constantly improving, because I know what they were like 20 years ago. My mom played chess also in the Soviet Union. So even though it was not the same society, not the same framework, ideological framework, but still, I think that it's important to have this recognition.
Yeah, actually, my point was to show that they are like really, really top professionals, that they are investing a lot, energy, time, and not that they are just playing for money because they really want to improve. But as you mentioned now, of course, it's also important that they are having like a normal income, and that they can really have a good, I would say, quality of life. That's all.
Because they're paying their coaches.
Exactly.
There's so many details which, like when you're making a movie, that are left behind the curtains. And I think that we also have to raise awareness.
Regarding, for example, the Queen's Gambit, notorious Netflix series we were all following, I would say that, like, the main thing was actually everything was as we know, and of course you are as well, Almira, that it was really, really nice. It was realistic. Only one, I would say, point was missing. That part, how tough is to come at the very top. So how much energy, determination, psychological pressure actually you need to invest or you're under to become a world champion, and for example here to qualify to candidates. So for me this is like a tremendous effort which stayed a little bit hidden behind because she was too relaxed and suddenly she's a world champion. Guys, it's really tough. It's really tough. You know yourself, Almira, you were close to very top in women chess, but still it was not easy to become world champion.
Yes, and also that's why during the opening ceremony yesterday, I wanted to maybe to brush upon this topic where, well, I look at the chess players, we are all passionate and we all started at a very early age. And we now see we have a world champion who is 18. So, but it was always a game for us. Yes, we were so passionate about this game. This fire inside us, was fueling this energy we were getting. Like, we want to play this tournament, next tournament. So when do we cross this line when it's no longer a game? It becomes a sport. And I think that I want to enhance this, that it's when the intensity of what we are doing becomes like so high that like musicians with their instrument, they become one, and chess players become one with the chess pieces and the board. So it transcends everything, and the stakes are very high. So they have to sacrifice a lot of things. Sometimes you die on the chessboard and you raise from the ashes tomorrow because you need to play again. But those women went through all of this, and I think it's important, yes, to bring attention, to their careers.
Yeah, it's not that we are just advertising our results. You were 2500, I was close to 26, 2597. So we sense this in our careers. But then you have this respect, and I really have it because I know how tough it is to prepare for the games these days. You have so many new lines to remember with now clouds analysis. Just to come to the game, you're already in some kind of process which is quite exhausting. And then during the game, you need to be on your best performance. Is it the moment that we check maybe the opening phase of the games just briefly?
Yes, we will get to the opening phase of the game. First of all, welcome to our studio, and I wanted just to say a few words about our sponsors. Mm-hmm. Yes, without further ado, then we will go to the games. So, of course, FIDE is organizing the whole Grand Prix series. This event is organized in Monaco by Fédération Monégasque des Échecs, so Monaco Chess Federation, and La Société des Bandes de Mer.
I love how you say it, because I would never do it. Yeah, I love this French accent.
Which is supporting the federation and was instrumental in organizing this event and so many events. And I think that Monaco over the years has become the symbol of excellence in the chess world, and especially for women chess players. We have Paehtz, mm-hmm. who is sponsoring our event, and Larissa Darkin was on your screen. Sergei Darkin is also a sponsor and philanthropist, who is dedicating his time to developing chess in Monaco and around the world.
Yeah, without sponsors and, as you mentioned, some people who like chess and devote their energy and money, of course, we cannot move forward. So really, yeah.
And of course, the players, the commentators, the arbiters, and everyone involved, because it's there are a lot of members of the team, yes, which are working on this event. They are staying at the Hermitage Hotel. So one of the most exquisite and beautiful hotels in the world. So this is it. Yes.
Yeah, heritage. We feel this heritage. Wow, as I was mentioning many times, Bobby Fischer was here. Some top grandmaster. We had this Melody Amber with Anand, Kramnik, Kasparov, and all those heavy guns, and so I'm so happy that we are keeping on with this tradition. I love your dress, so maybe you can say a bit more about it.
Yes, I just wanted to pay tribute to the colors of the Monaco flag. So here you have it. It's red and white. And the chessboard is black and white, so we have to go back to.
But I think with those events and efforts from Jean-Michel, somehow, everyone knows from Monte Carlo, but still we learned a little bit more and everything, and the country has been promoted, and also chess society in Monaco. Yeah, and now everyone, I think, actually is familiar maybe with the chess scene in Monaco.
Well, the aesthetics, are important. So I think that, suit, the dress code is
fulfilled.
They left us.
I'm not having jeans, so just...
They left us alone, so we are fine, we are ready to, to start the commentary. I noticed, Alojzije, that there was a very interesting move order in the game between Kateryna Lagno and Alexandra Goryachkina, so I wanted to start with this game. And the fact that Alexandra is thinking already for quite a while and Kateryna has 1 hour 45 seconds on her clock says a lot about patience.
Just a sec. So we are here. So there was this D4 move, which actually looked that she's playing this central opening, or how they call it, with Queen D4. Actually, there is a nice course
became very popular.
Yes, Miodrag Perunovic, he is a coach of Serbian national team, the Butcher on Twitter, and actually he was advising this Queen D3 move as maybe underestimated move, and one of my students started to play, and he's so happy with the lines he's getting. The point is to develop the knight, bishop, and castle long, and then this rook, when comes on d1, is giving some extra possibilities for white.
But you would be surprised that there have been so many games that were played recently, and especially during the rapid events, because the element of surprise is extremely important there. And if you don't know what is the structure you are aiming for with black, you're in trouble. And it seems that Alexandra doesn't know what is the structure she's aiming for now, because this is a tricky move order.
So it happened that bishop c4 was played, and
Kateryna is right in front of the camera, and I know her, so
she's drinking coffee or something. Maybe we should also show that we have the same cups, like you could see on players' tables. It's very cool. I love the design. It's
the
crown with
yes, it was first designed for the Women's Grand Prix, which I actually played in 2015, and then the logo stayed, and now it represents the Monaco Chess Federation.
Great, I love it. Maybe some coffee
later. Yes, we will need it.
Yeah.
Energy drinks, those are classical games. Please don't forget, we didn't mention maybe the time control, 1 hour 30 plus 30 seconds per move, so till the move 40, and then we get an extra 30 minutes plus 30 seconds till the end of the game.
Shall we call this like new classical time control? For last 15 years we got used to it, I would say, sort of.
And for me, like among all of the time controls that have been used lately, I think this is one of the most logical, let's say, because you do need those 30 minutes. First of all, after the time travel, it's not so easy even like to breathe, because it's physically and emotionally, like it's very consuming. So you need this time. You have to run to the bathroom sometimes, like, you put some cold water over your head, like over your face, you need this time to compose yourself, then you come back, and then maybe, like, you still have time to calculate and to finish the game in a logical way.
Yeah, it should be like, I don't know, halftime in maybe some sports or in tennis, that you have between sets, that you know that at some stage you will get some relief. While without that, you're in eternal time trouble, which is really tough deal with.
There's just so much pressure.
Yeah. So bishop c4, this move order, actually, the point usually of that type of move order is to avoid Petrov. We mentioned that Petrov opening, which comes after knight f3, knight f6, so is so popular these days. Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, I don't know, many players, Giri and so on, they are all playing Petrov, while here also some other players, we will see that I think that even Alexandra Kosteniuk is playing this round at opening, and there are several move orders. So I think actually that was
the initial idea.
Because sometimes your opponent is having some, I would say, like strong part of her repertoire, and then you're just trying to get her a little bit out of her main thing.
And also when you prepare, Alojzije, you have to remember so much, and you have to repeat a lot of lines and analyze maybe during the tournament. So the advantage of this move order, of different move orders for sometimes, is also to narrow your preparation and to narrow the lines that your opponent can play against you. But then you are fully prepared, in those 1 or 3 lines, and like all the positions and all the plans. And I think this is exactly what is happening right now in their game.
Yeah. So, okay, of course, it's not the same position as, for example, I don't know, knight f3, knight c6, d4, ed, bishop c4. It resembles, but because now in this variation, black has some extra choices, for example, like bishop b4 check immediately. Yeah. So it's the way maybe that black can also opt for something else, but actually we got this line, which now also transposes to some other stuff. A very interesting move order. Very interesting move. Of course, knight e4 is possible now, but then there are 2 options, either castle or queen d4. Queen d4. It's more to the point, and to be a pawn up, but with
to be so
undeveloped, it's not something you want to do. I love those tries because Almira, somehow they are saying that in modern chess there is no possibility for some new concepts right after the opening or immediately in the first phase of the opening. But this game shows that there is a space. Of course, it went hidden, because now after bishop c4, knight f6, knight f3, they just transposed to this line, which actually is known.
But after knight g5, and I understand why Alexandra is thinking, because if you use the analogy of the Italian and knight g5...
Okay, so let's show it. So knight f3, knight c4, bishop c4, knight g5.
So is the best move is d5 if even with the pawn on d4? That was my question. So we have the pawn on d4, ed4. So after knight g5, if you're using the same analogy, I was just thinking, so what is the best move in this position? Should black play d5 anyway?
Yeah, so that's why Goryachkina is thinking, because d5 probably is the move, but now on ed5, knight f5, if we go to the same line, takes, white is not a pawn up, which is the case in normal line, but still maybe this is positionally unpleasant. I don't know.
But maybe this is a better version because your bishop is already opened. In the Italian, very often you have the double pawns, you have this extra pawns, but this bishop on d3 is very often taken, but the knight before knight d3. So which position is actually better for white? I like this one.
So let's check. So after knight g5, let's try to think about the option. First of all, there is one extra possibility, which is knight e5, something you cannot do in the normal lines. So she's now thinking about this stuff.
But now queen d4.
Queen d4, knight takes c4, for example.
A very interesting continuation.
Queen c4, and now some queen e7 or even d5.
Let's just show, that's it's not it's very unusual to have the mate threatened in one
Yeah.
in like in such a tournament. So let's maybe draw, and
Yeah,
arrow.
okay. For example, some developing
Yes.
move leads to a checkmate. So it's probably now necessary to play maybe queen e7 or even d5. He takes d5, and who knows about what's
But
going
you
on
can
here.
take queen g5.
Queen
I guess.
d5. I can
Because
take.
g2 is hanging. So, but maybe queen c7. Can you continue or? It
G2
looks
is
very
hanging, but
no, but
checkmate.
yes.
Is it a
Let's see.
checkmate? Maybe
Can
it's
you
not.
take?
Maybe it's not
Oh
a
my
checkmate.
God. So look at this. This is modern chess.
And actually, we have this
we're just
position on the
trying.
screen.
Mhm.
So let's just dig it a bit. Sometimes you know what happens also. Of course, you know that you have like 3, 4, 5 choices, and one leads to a quick draw. I don't know. Is this the case now?
Because you see this. This is how you understand what is going on in the minds of chess players. Kateryna made her move immediately. Like she took a few seconds. Well, she wrote her move down and she stood up and she left. This is psychological, pressure. She's trying to tell her opponent silently, I have it.
Yeah, I'm still in the prep.
Yes, I'm still in the preparation. So you figure it out, if you're going to survive or not. And this is very, very unpleasant. I've been in these situations, on both sides. And I have to tell you that this is a very, very uncomfortable posture.
Yes, but somehow when I learned a little bit later in my career, I was hanging on with top players and good grandmasters, and somehow learned for them this sentence: chess is tough. For example, if I would be in this situation, I would sit there and think. I would feel unpleasant. This is first reaction. You're completely right, Almira. You start to feel unpleasant, but then okay, you are here on a big scene. Chess is tough, and take it as a normal day in the office. And then when you calm down a bit and start to think more about the moves than about situation, and that your opponent is having a pressure, putting pressure in the position and on the clock, somehow when you are able to calm down, then you can move on with good moves.
So second topic is how important is to learn how to deal with your emotions.
Yes.
Even like if I can give a small advice, it was very valuable for me. And no one, during the Soviet times and those periods, we were never talking about it. So like a small breathing exercise will always help you, just to calm down and to have like a fresh look in the position, and maybe a more rational look, what especially chess requires.
Yeah, and sometimes, for example, Mira, you're in winning position, but suddenly your king is weak, and you need to calculate a lot, and you start to feel why he's having this tough counterplay, unpleasant. But that's chess. And on this level, you need to be ready that your opponent will put tough questions in front of you, that she will put tough resistance. So
we have an empty board.
Yeah, so queen c4, knight c4 was played, queen c4 will be played, and I think now d5 will be played. I don't see anything else than taking. I don't believe that queen e2 is a move, so taking.
Maybe queen e2 here. What do you think?
Because queen e2, bishop b7, then castles. You cannot castle because I take the bishop, so this is the point. So you need to find a move. I don't know, maybe bishop. Okay, this can be a little bit unpleasant. For example, some queen c5, rook e1 will be played.
Can you castle alone? Wait a second, like let's say not queen c5, but let's say bishop g4. I
think s6 should be the move, I guess, and I think this would be enough for equalization. We will have some exchanges, and if you calm down, then I can go bishop e6. So this is the point. Now my bishop is ready to land on e6 and cut the pressure over the file. And if you play something, I will just move my queen. I don't know, is this a concept? I don't believe that black can be in danger, but also it looks quite solid from white point of view. So we are in this position not yet, but d5 will be played.
What I wanted to say, Alojzije, that we had an empty board for a few seconds, but we had this situation during the candidates tournaments, and I think that's it's basically the only sport where at some point, just no one is in the ring, it's just what is happening. If you tune right now, it's you're seeing an empty board, it's like where are the players?
Yeah, I agree.
Where are the actors? So Queen C4 was played, and Kateryna is still looking very confident. So and
it's interesting, for example, you come to the game and you have some file in your mind, in your head.
Yes.
It's like 10 analyses, 10 variation, and suddenly this file is getting narrow, and then we probably have only one outcome here, or maybe one line prepared.
But by the way, when it happens to you, Alojzije, do you feel relieved? Do you feel disappointed that a lot of complications were left, behind?
I was thinking about this a lot, and you know what helped me? Helped me that from my point of view, I was happy that I fulfill, let's say, my professional duty, that I came to the board, I prepared lines. If they didn't happen, but from my side, I couldn't do more. So I wouldn't be so unhappy what had happened. If I forgot some lines, then I would really take it hard, because then my performance was not great. Because, for example, you had some line in the prep, and you cannot remember it. But here, what to do? You tried some lines. Your opponent reacted well. As a pro, you did what you could.
It reminded me, that's why I smiled, because very often, when we make mistakes, of course, or the games and the preparation, they don't go according to the plan. It's we reflect upon ourselves, so what did we do? We forgot this, and a friend of mine was very vocal about this last time that he played the game, and he, especially in French, and he said, j'ai joué comme un imbécile. And, this is so I was I played like an idiot. So it reminded me that, those moments are also not easy to deal with.
Yeah, I'm the type of person who is angry only to himself. Yes. If something from outside world is coming, I cannot change it. But if I could do something better, for example, when I'm driving, I took a wrong route, longer, and so on, then I'm angry at myself.
So what do you tell yourself during those moments?
I'm not cursing or something, but actually
but sometimes there are very funny conversations with yourself.
Yeah, exactly. And I think also we have some type of players, as you mentioned, who are angry to their self. Or during the game, there are some players who are super positive all the time, that they are not even aware that wrong things are happening. Maybe it's a moment that we switch to another game, because I believe that d5 will come, and then it was
played already. We can see.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a very logical course of the game. It means that
d5,
of course we predicted things correctly, but you see, even though we didn't know what was this new opening concept, I think the classical education and knowing, a lot of chess fundamentals can help you navigate through this, dangerous opening phase.
I agree, because at some stage you cannot have everything under control. You cannot, and at some stage you are on your own, and then logics, profile of your play. Some players will immediately start to try to steer the game to an end game. Some players will, keep confident. Some players, I don't want to end up in a time trouble, let's react quickly. Or some players, I don't care, I just want to get out of to realize to grasp the things. So it's sort of profile as well, and character is around them.
Alojzije, there was one thought that I wanted also to share. And it's a very important thing psychologically, which especially with the information that we get daily, and the number of things that we need to learn, so it's important to allow yourself to say that, well, I don't know this. Yes, so there is nothing, wrong with accepting that, you're in a situation where you have to deal with it yourself without prior knowledge. So, and be confident in your own capacities.
Yeah. So as you could notice, so my point is that chess is hard on this level, and that actually you should take it as a normal position of a top player. And try to do your best. We all want to win, maybe with the blunder of opponent, with maybe some good preparation, without an effort. But basically, chess is something which is complicated, which is hard. Of course, we all love and enjoy chess,
yes, but yeah, it has a very
feel a little bit relieved. Even if something goes wrong, I can say I had my opponent on the ropes and so on.
Well, this reminds me of people who are smoking and who are telling you that, I can stop anytime, and we know how difficult it is to win a winning position. So, okay, let's get back to another game.
Yeah, we can see that some players are completely focused. For example, in the game of Sarasadat against the Bibisara, they're sitting all the time. Elisabeth is usually well focused.
I caught Sarasadat, like it was like a second, but she gave such a stare at Bibisara, and also maybe like I know it, so I wanted to have a look at the position.
Okay, let's check, because as I mentioned, you are an expert in knowing players. You are a teammate, captain of many of them, so you could give us some opinion. Okay, this is
such an unusual position.
Okay, I would say that this is typical stuff. These days, the idea is, of course, fianchetto. It's funny how I was telling this many times. It was funny how this Catalan, actually it was invented in 27, and basically they were asking I'm trying to recall a player now, but I forgot to give them some opening which will be named as a Catalan opening, and he opted for this fianchetto stuff, saying, okay, it won't be so important in future. And these days it became like a main opening Catalan, in World Championship matches, in important tournaments. And now we can discuss about some nuances of postponing d4 move, but basically concept is the same. Put the pressure with the bishop. Maybe you can play it two ways. One way is to be super positional. Second way is to be ready to sacrifice the exchange, like Kramnik was doing, like Magnus is doing. So I think this is like let's say really it was Tartakova in 27. Now I recall. So I like this approach because it's long term stuff, and if you have this feeling for initiative, at some stage it became sharp. Yeah, so I'm curious to see will this happen.
Yes, but it's opposed, for example, to like positions which can come out of the Najdorf, where there's so many concrete lines.
Direct
confrontation, of course. So this is conceptually is a different approach.
Postponed. I would call this postponed confrontation. Yeah, but for sure.
If it would be martial arts, what would it be?
I don't know. It's really hard to say, but it's interesting question.
Judo
or karate, maybe.
No, but karate you're not allowed. it's very rare that you hit, yes. But judo is like you're, yes.
Now, maybe jiu-jitsu or something that you're waiting to catch your opponents at some stage. So you're waiting for your chance. So it's not immediately to going for a KO.
I'm someone who is more physically interested in something very direct, and it's completely opposed to my style in chess, because I avoid those confrontations at the beginning and then prepare things. But if we go for martial arts or sports of combat, I will go for boxing, full contact, or kickboxing. So that's why I had this question.
That's why, Almira, I like to comment with you. So I was doing this job. I'm doing this job for many years, and first time I touched this topic to compare chess with martial arts.
We should.
Yeah,
we should, because
so cool.
Boxing is a very strategical sport, and very often even the professional boxers, they relate to their matches as a chess game.
Yeah, and I think many of them were playing, like Lennox Lewis was playing Paco from this Filipini very known boxer. Basically, also I heard that they are not allowed to sleep immediately after the important matches, because doctors are screening their situation, and then they play chess or something just to be awake. So that's also a cool thing. Yeah. The point is, you wanted to say that the point is it's some kind of skill. It's not just repetition of some preparation or just memorizing. It's a sort of skill. And we always are trying to emphasize this psychological such an element, which I think is around, and people do underestimate, because if you're focused as a spectator, as a viewer, our dear viewers will know what I'm saying. The point is that you get focused too much about the moves, and suddenly you lose this psychological momentum. And I was mentioning this many times, Almira, when I go to the playing hall at some stage, when, for example, there is a break or something, and just briefly enter the playing hall, suddenly I feel this tension much more than over the screen. So it's really tough. It's sort of dual confrontation, and I'm really aware how players are putting a tough effort.
I remember a story, but it's already belongs to chess history, but and it's not easy to imagine chess players, especially grandmasters, to get it on, and fight. But there was a moment, I think, especially which belongs to French chess history, where you had Bashar Quatli playing against Androuet, and then there was a picture which was published in black and white by a French photographer, where she captured this moment where I think Quatli, if could go for it. It's like he wanted to really kill his opponent. So chess is very violent. It's a violent sport. So at some point, the board is not enough. Of course, it's just a story, but I wanted to bring up this physical dimension that players, they have to go through a lot of violent emotions, thoughts, not only to develop technical skills, but also, yes.
Yeah. But when the game is finished, we shake hands, and we are super sort of trying to be super polite. And I think the ladies' level of fair play is really super high. So this is quite obvious.
And we have chess boxing for that. Yes, now this sport is becoming extremely popular. So I think that we might witness actually a lot of events in the future.
I'm more focused on sports with the ball, like football, tennis, and so on. That's my favorite.
Basketball?
But not basketball. I'm tall. I'm quite tall, but somehow I started to play football more. Okay, I was playing basketball as a kid, but I started to play football, and recently tennis for the last 10 years is my main focus. But I want to touch a little bit this position, just to...
I wanted to ask you, what was the move played? Because I was thinking, in the position that we had on the board, should white play b4 or not? Because I found it unusual that the b4 square was could be taken, like knight c6, knight
Okay,
b4,
let's
or
show to our viewers that
the knight is on d7.
that b4 could have been played.
But is this White's idea? That I'm not
I'm
sure.
not sure exactly. I don't believe that White want to play b4 or d4 so quickly. But the point is to move around. I just want to.
I was afraid. That's why I want. I just want that. I was afraid that like maybe knight plays knight d5, knight b4, and you will not have this opportunity anymore.
Yeah, but the point is that that Black can conquer this b4 square. But then knight from b1 can jump to c4, and basically White is playing around this knight. It's always this duel. It's this type of position is really complicated. I was playing this as say IM FM. I was playing with Black, and then I was starting to play it with White, and actually it's not easy to learn that type of positions. And now I think that new generations tend to avoid it because there is no direct play, and sometimes you need to be wait. Sometimes you need to wait. You need to be patient, and it's quite interesting to see how players will deal into this position, because it's obvious that White is not playing for like immediate advantage. So here there are many ways.
It's actually building the pressure. You are not giving this possibility to your opponent to to equalize with Black. Maybe even accepting sometimes a little like position which is a bit worse. Who knows with White, but the game is complicated. So.
First detail is the knight on f3 and knight on f6. So this is the first detail. Sometimes when sometimes knight on f3 and the bishop is on f1. The difference is that bishop from g2 can put pressure when there is no knight on f3. That's the first question. Second thing, after queen a4. Black can play knight d7, Black can play c6. After knight d7, queen c4, there is a6 move. And then after knight f3, there is a b5 stuff. After a4, there is b6 and c5, whatever. So it's already those type, like I would say, like Italian gioco piano style of transpositions, where there are several ways and basically they're not changing the concept, but it's not the same.
But somehow, yes, there are a lot of nuances.
Yes. You cannot say it's the same. And then suddenly you try to grasp it, but it's not easy. So here c5 was played, which is okay. Now a6. And of course, White can play a4 immediately. But after a4, there is this b5 move as well, because takes. And then actually, this is dropping the rook because of course, taking. Or if I move my queen, I'm dropping the a rook. So this is also a concept. But queen c2 is classical. Now on b5 or b5, there is a possibility to jump knight d4 and knight goes to c6. So knight f6, castles, queen c7, getting ready to play bishop b7 after b pawn push. Yeah, and now after knight d4, bishop b7 is an option when the queen is on c7.
Basically, White avoids playing d4, b4. Yes, it's a very interesting
how
situation.
I see this type of position. So you can land with your knight on d2. That's a one option. You can put it on c3. Usually, when knight is on c3, you combine it at some stage with e4 and e5, which looks counter-logical, but you are starting to create h4 when you kick this knight from f6 with e4, e5, then some h4 stuff trying to launch an attack. After d3, also there is possible to play bishop b2, knight d2, then rook c1, queen b1, queen a1, this red team maneuver. With Black, usually at some stage, what Black is doing, Black is transposing the knight to c6. That's also quite common at some stage. So knight b8, knight c6. But when, if you ask me, I don't know.
But I think then if Bibisara played knight s3, okay, she clearly shows her intentions. You know, they're not hidden. She needs to play knight c4. But then maybe she can use your plan. Knight c4, then e4, e5. And you have this also potentially like knight d6. idea?
I know that engines in this position are immediately playing e4.
Immediately, not even knight c4?
Yeah, and immediately playing e4. They like this move immediately, which maybe for viewers who are not so fond with this structure, you're making a backward pawn voluntarily. But yeah, there are some other positive aspects for white.
And why not knight c4 first?
Yeah,
because you might
maybe b5 at some stage is an option, so they're waiting a bit and then making some preparatory moves. But of course, knight c4 is also an option. But now, if I'm not mistaken, Bibisara is thinking, and we have this position. So she, of course, sees knight c4 and also e4. Is there any other move? b4 again, your move?
But in combination with knight a3, I like it less. Maybe it is possible, but I wanted to try play b4, bishop b2. That was my idea. It's not so much to play b4, but first of all, of course, I understand that in this position you need to make concessions. You cannot play e4, e5 and have every possible square under control. So, but I wanted to play b4, get rid of this pawn, and maybe immediately develop the bishop on the big diagonal. But she doesn't want to force things. So this is clear.
Here, I think, as I mentioned, it's not easy to analyze everything. We don't know, are the players prepared for this position, or it's some kind of over-the-board inspiration. But it's very important that you study, like, let's say, 50 games, not study, just to go briefly through them, to have motives. And if you're like a strong player, maybe like 4 or 5 ways of playing this position. If you are not familiar with this position, you will only probably play knight c4, push b3, play bishop in b2, and that's it. But then it's not easy to get something out of the game. Same goes for black. If you are black and not familiar with the position, you will castle. Maybe, I don't know, Almira, maybe some h6, put the rook on d and c, and that's it, what you know. So sometimes it's interesting to see, are the players familiar with their body language, with this position, or it's sort of already some out of the book zone.
Alojzije, we were talking about the sports and, well, a lot of different disciplines, but actually I remembered now, I think that it's confirmed that I think that during the FIDE, the players, they always have a very special event. So I think that maybe commentators included, we are going to play a friendly match against the professional basketball players. Yes, so let's see how we are going to get out of this alive, first of all.
Okay, quite brave.
But I love basketball, played like when I was in school, and especially that why I asked about basketball, because I read also today the article about Kevin Durant, and a milestone, yes, in his career, like he hits 30,000 points, and this is a remarkable achievement. But what surprised me, of course, is the longevity of those professional players, and we know that and all other sports and disciplines proves us that we are moving this age limit even more and more farther. Yes, so tennis and everything. So he's 36, and the phrase that he said, it was the most important after having accomplished this feat, that I still have a lot to learn, and this is the most important thing about it. So those accomplished players who have incredible careers behind them, and I wanted to compare them to the players we have here, but we also have players like Alexandra, Kosteniuk, Elisabeth, Paehtz, like Humpy, Koneru, who are a bit older, and they've been world champions in different categories, let's say European champions. They've won all the tournaments, but I'm pretty sure that they would have given us the same answer, that they still have so much to learn.
Yeah, exactly. And what I admire sometimes is that, as we know from our careers as well, that every game is important. You're putting this pressure on you that this tournament is important, this game is important. Then after Grand Prix comes maybe some other tournament, round robin, blitz rapid, and every game, every month is important, and you're under this constant pressure. For example, as you mentioned, Kevin Durant, every game he was sort of trying to win, chasing statistics, and this, I would say, like prolonged pressure, it's really hard to deal. Actually, my friend was playing basketball in NBA for like 3-4 clubs, Damian Rudeš, and he told me that, of course, LeBron and Kobe, they are so strong, but he mentioned Kevin Durant. When you see him so tall, so soft in terms of scoring, that for him it was like so impressive to play against him, because my friend, he was like a shooter guard, and he was like scoring 3 points, and he was not like some kind of scoring machine, but he played against all those players. And actually he's now organizing one conference called Sunset Sport Conference. Peter Schmeichel was there, Del Piero last year. I had my like small panel about chess. And but he told me about some players, that somehow you sense this aura. I think same goes in chess, for example, with Kasparov, with maybe Fischer. When they enter the room, you sense that, they're really, really like ahead of the time or something.
Yeah, what's really impressive, like about this story, but you mentioned LeBron James, but Kevin Durant and LeBron James, and by the way, he is leading the standings and the records. They're still active, so, and LeBron James is 40. This is absolutely amazing, and I think this constantly testing your limits and pushing it farther is what also, it's one of the most important characteristics of this, when it's no longer a game also, but it's a sport.
But what I love there is that now he was joined by Doncic Luka, and Luka had said this fantastic statement: I use mobile phone only for chess.
Yes.
That's a brilliant thing. I love it. Okay, let's go back.
Yes,
Here,
Bibisara is still thinking.
I don't believe that something's happened. Maybe it's a moment that we just go back to Lagno against Goryachkina.
Alojzije, can you help me, please? Because I cannot, I don't know what's going on with this.
No worries. I will try to do it.
Cannot bring it. Yes. Okay, because I wanted to see what is the position.
Yeah, anytime.
Maybe we can like cover a few openings. So
maybe just to conclude that White is slightly better in Lagno against Goryachkina.
What happened? They exchanged,
after
they
Queen E2. She didn't play Bishop E7, which was the main move, but probably she thought that it can be tricky to be pinned. So she after Bishop E7, we mentioned, so Bishop E6, and she ended up in this endgame, which is probably slightly better for White. Of course, if this pawn was on F7, it would be just a dead draw. But the player of Alexandra's caliber, I think she's capable to hold this type of position. Even if the pawns drop, you need to show like really good technique, but you're far away from winning the pawn.
To be honest, here, let's say if I would have to find a compensation for this weak pawn on e6 is the bishop on c5, and this very active bishops, I think, will guarantee black sufficient, like, let's say, moral compensation for the pawn on e6.
But I could also imagine that black lose this position if something goes wrong, White is putting pressure. So it's not like that we can expect a draw as the only outcome here. So I will open some doors for White to win this type of position. So that would be like my.
There was something interesting in the game between Elisabeth, Paehtz, and Zhongyi, because Chinese players, they very often play the Petrov, and they know this opening very well.
She has the same rating as me. although I'm a veteran and I'm not playing these days, but she's 25-61, and it's important to mention now she catch Ju and Jun. So Hui Fan is number 1, and then second spot Ju and Jun and Tan Zhongyi are sharing with 25-61.
And Tan Zhongyi, she's a challenger. The match is scheduled to be played in April in China. So Ju and Jun will face Tan Zhongyi, and well, the world champion is going to be Chinese. Once again, it's been a while that that the title belonged to another nation. So we will see who will qualify for the candidates this time.
There were some questions why she's playing Grand Prix, because she's also candidate, World Championship candidate. But okay, she has her plan. She wants to participate in 3 beautiful tournaments. So
preparation is extremely important. Like playing those tournaments offers you this unique opportunity, first of all, to try the new openings. And it's not the same. Like, I know what is the system because they organize training camps. We did this the same, but many, many years ago in the Soviet Union. So even if you play training games, the pressure and the feelings are not the same, even though it's tough. And very often Chinese players, they play against each other, and we know how difficult it is. For example, if you have Bu like as your sparring partner, okay, let's try and make a draw in Petrov when he is testing your opening with white.
Exactly.
So this is a wonderful opportunity once again. It brings recognition. We should not forget.
Just to say to our viewers that E4 was played in Bibisara against Sarasadat. We will follow this game later, but she just opted for the move we mentioned. Going back to Elisabeth against Tan,
I think
it's another Petrov.
Elisabeth prepared this,
as we mentioned,
one, yes.
These days. Okay, in first few rounds I expect Petrovs because you're not sure, maybe you're in good shape with white, you want to push, you want to win with white and to be solid with black, but later I think strategy might be changed. Nice
I have a small insider's information about Elisabeth's preparation, but okay, I was part of it for a few days, I can tell you, not like this, that's why, because it's not that I offered Elisabeth to prepare for this tournament in a different way. So I had to drag her to Paris. And for the first time, she had a mental and physical preparation with the coach, who's a friend of mine, but we did it together, of course, but which offered this psychological insights and concentrated more on the way of how she plays chess, why she plays chess, and ask herself a lot of questions. And we also prepared. So for the first time, Elisabeth tried boxing and kickboxing. That's why actually I told her, okay, we did this before, but 8 hours per day. It was like American Army, yes, boot camps. So I hope that maybe, especially in the long term, it will offer her a different perspective, how to prepare for the tournaments, how to consider your opponent. And first of all, it's like I love martial arts, but anything which offers us the possibility to think about different topics. So how do you look at your opponent? Even when he loses, it's so tough for him. So we do not take them in our arms, but we shake hands, and this ritual is very important. So a lot of considerations to take into account and to think about in a different way that we're used to.
Okay, so Elisabeth is boosted with some positive energy.
Yes, exactly.
So let's check how it reflects to her play. So it was knight c3 against Petrov. Knight f6 is possible to come back, but takes, bishop e7. This is all known.
Let's say Elisabeth learned how to kick.
Good.
So knight c3 is quite an aggressive line against Petrov. So it doesn't yield you an immediate advantage, but the position that you're getting out of this opening are not simple, first of all, and not symmetrical. I think this is the main advantage of this line.
Okay, so knight d7, castles, long castle. Usually, like advice for novice player is that you need to open the doors immediately in front of your opponent's king, who is faster, usually wins that race, of course. So just it's important to open the files for your rooks, because if you are in the same castle, that it's not easy to start pushing pawns in front of your king. But here I would say that the game took a little bit different route. So h4 is the thing I was mentioning, then bishop to d3 or knight g5 starting to launch an attack. But here she opted for this c4, which is a different approach because white is now starting to play more in the center, not just to attack. Bishop e6. Yeah, white doesn't need to risk too much. He can play normal chess. So
it's the first round, you know, clear indicator like after the game which form you are in. So you don't need to maybe to push too much.
Yeah, I was telling this this well-known story from Ivan Sokolov and Nigel Short. They were playing in Vaikanze. It was super strong with Kasparov, I think Kramnik, Leko, who was playing at that time, Anand. And first round, Ivan was pushing very hard with white, while Nigel just made a draw with white, solid draw. Completely. And then Ivan asked him, how do you think to be like in positive result after the tournament? Because with white you just you're not playing for a win. And then Nigel, I think they both made a draw, but Nigel, or maybe even lost. Then Nigel said to him, listen, when you have something next to your name on the score sheet, on the standings, it's not bad for a start. In that type of tournaments, at least that is something next to your name. Half point, half point. He wants to say that it's, yeah. Also, sometimes draw can be positive result in round robin start, because there are some players who lost and you are not like last and you're not. So for a start, draw is not so bad.
Especially if you save the lost position.
Yeah,
you know,
okay, of course, then it's sort of victory.
Of course. No, but I tend to agree with Nigel on this, because of course you're trying to do your best, but it's like when you're entering the court with the tennis, and of course you have some time to warm up and to try a few hits, but you're not really sure yet. So the first game is a clear test. So you want to see how you feel, you know, if your brain is not clouded, you know, not foggy, you know. So I can understand this.
I heard, for example, that Rafa Nadal, he was like playing 100% training, giving all. But during play, he would play like 90%. And then he would stay, he wouldn't go above the limit, leaving this chance to see if there is a chance psychologically, I can add a little bit more fuel at some stage. So he will start a little bit slower than maybe he's able to. While in training, he would just give all. Yeah. So also in the tournament here, you don't want to like burn the bridges and throw everything in the first round. And what is also interesting, Almira, at the moment we are not following pairings, but after 2, 3, 4 rounds we might start to see who is playing against whom in the last round. Is there is direct encounter because it's round robin. You can overtake a leader, or you can catch her, and so on. So at the moment we don't know how the tournament will go. Yeah, but after a few rounds, suddenly you see, this girl is in a good shape. She has one more white. Last round, she has good pairings. But also, of course, there will be some surprises.
Yes, there are a lot of factors which will influence, our choices and even our commentary. But right now, I was looking at this position, if I would be playing in the tournament, and I understand why Elisabeth is taking her time, because like, what is her next move?
What I see that she can play bishop b3 to protect the bishop, because now there are maybe some tactics with discovered attack. She can move on this bishop as well.
For the moment, for example, if you play bishop b3, after knight a3, you will take queen a3.
Yeah.
So for the moment, black cannot take queen a3.
But then she's not certain what to do after a5. And suddenly you are attacked. Is there a space for a4 or not? That's why she's not sure. She can also move, I don't know, maybe bishop bishop g5, then you see h6 or f6. You're not sure is this beneficial for you. Then you can part with your bishop, maybe with the
cannot take
as well. So maybe some bishop b4 is coming. Then you need to play c3. Is this something you're happy about? Maybe your king will be weak. Maybe you can start doing your way with h4. And which advice to say, Almira? Huh? It's sort of matter of taste. It's sort of matter of strategy. What can you advise now at this point?
No, but it's a funny thing, because I was telling you in the beginning that we're not going to have a symmetrical position, but somehow we, even after rook he1, bishop b4, if we will have to play c3, we will end up in a symmetrical position. So
bishop g5 played.
She played already bishop g5.
And now f6 or h6.
If you would be in Tan's shoes right now, would you consider the move f6? Okay, you're softening, like weakening the bishop in e6.
But it's sort of also classical sometimes that that bishop end up to f7, or rook f7 in some endgames and so on. So it's not so uncommon move, f6. You have it in Queen's Indian in many lines. But after f6, I don't know, is the an issue some queen e2 or something, then she needs to calculate. But okay, bishop f7 is of course possible.
No,
now I can take a d5, you cannot take of course bishop d5, c4.
So maybe this line forces you to take with the cd,
CD,
and you go for the structure.
Yeah, and now you're not sure.
Is it a good structure?
If the king is on g1, I would say that white is much better, but from my experience with king on b1 and the opposite castles, I think that black is always fine, and I will always be black. That's like my experience from Sicilians and some stuff, but who knows?
It's a very interesting line.
I think both players, they're fully aware. I can go this way, I can go that way. It's not that they don't see possibilities, but to evaluate, to decide where to go. Now this is tricky, and I think the system of evaluation is similar, like yours, mine, maybe even top men players. But sometimes you just make a wrong decision, or maybe uncertain decision. And it's not that they are not, the quality of analysis now is different than some 2,700 players. I think it's more or less similar, but if you're in good shape, you're making a good choice for you. It's a sign now, this moment, it's sort of sign for both players, for Elisabeth and for Tan, is sign of shape.
The thing is also the position might be evaluated as equal by the engines, but sometimes you are not comfortable playing the positions. So it's also, you have to live with your own choices, yes? So you can question them later, but...
If someone can say, listen, Almira, you're 0.40 with play. Okay, good, let's find a way. It will be, of course, much easier, but it's not clear now for you, because also white... It seems that white didn't do anything wrong. She has castled, bishop, so... Yeah, really hard to say.
I wanted to see what is the time factor. So Elisabeth spent already 40 minutes, and Tang still has more than 1 hour on her clock. So... we will follow this game closely. We haven't seen, I think, the game between Humpy, Koneru and Harika Dronavalli.
But I have an issue here.
We don't have moves?
Do you have the moves there?
I don't know. Let's have a look.
Okay, you have, but we will try to speak with our technicians.
Maybe we can, like, after a small break. So what is the game that we haven't looked at? There was another.
Okay, let's check.
Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Yeah, let's check how she's doing. Another Petrov. Knight c3 again, and I mentioned that black can return the knight. Exactly what she was doing. We can get them on the camera as well, I think.
Yes, let's have a camera.
While we are waiting for the camera from Munguntuul against Kosteniuk, let's check what has happened.
Batkhuyag is a very aggressive player. Maybe this explains Alexandra's choice of the opening. Etienne, can we have the camera on Alexandra and Batkhuyag?
Yeah. The other one. So here, knight c6, bishop e2.
Yes, this game is analyzed right now.
Yeah, of course, that Alexandra is rating favorite, but you don't have all the information, so you're not sure how your opponent is doing. You're black. Maybe draw is not bad, but if you have some chance, of course, you will try to win.
And also, maybe you are not doing. Oh, sorry. I think there's something which went up on our screens. Okay, now, but I think we also have to consider personal scores, because for the moment we don't have these graphics yet, but we will prepare them, of course. But maybe Alexandra is not doing well against certain opponents or precisely against Batkhuyag. So
sorry to interrupt you, but something strange has happened here. So knight h4 was played.
I haven't seen the position yet.
Usually reaction, if you will part with your bishop, you play some d5, place your pawn on the light squares, and that's basically it. And knight g, hz, and I don't believe that this is anything tangible, although white is keeping some slight pull.
But what happened in the game?
Here, knight e4 was played, which after problem knight g6, fg6 was followed, and now white played knight d5. And long term, this structure can be an issue, because now I think this e6 square, with possible penetration with the rook, it can be very unpleasant. So I don't believe that this is. Yeah, sometimes you muddy the waters and you win the game. So who knows? Sometimes it's possible even if you play something dubious. But I'm not sure what is Alexandra up to.
I was thinking, of course, she calculated that knight g6, knight c3 was not possible because knight d7 wish check and you lose a piece. I mean, here, we should show it at the beginning. Just go back. Just so you cannot make an intermediate move, because sometimes it's good to show it for our viewers.
Sorry, I didn't catch you.
Just after knight g6 that you cannot take knight c3.
Okay, let's do it. So knight c3, there is knight e7 check.
So
and then after queen takes, pawn takes, and two pieces up.
We don't have this intermediate move, and that the move f takes g6 is forced because the rook on f8 is attacking the bishop on f4.
The point is, of course, that this drops the piece, but after f and knight rook f4, which I also don't believe it's the best thing for black, but
you think that this was...
I don't know. It's always with this e6. If the pawn was on f7 instead of h7, I would always say that it's fine. But this e6 square, I don't know. Long term might be weak. I'm not sure, but I'm just saying. Yeah, of course, she's deep in the game. She's analyzing, so calculating, so she maybe can delve a little bit deeper. So
but what can happen after 95? Is she forced to make moves?
Okay, let's think a bit. I think now that the time works for white, if white will have some time to regroup even more, to come with the rooks on e-file, maybe readjust her pieces, that white will be much better. So black needs to do
I have
something
two
quickly.
moves which I wanted to try. Bishop g5.
Bishop g5 is the first move.
Or the knight f6, because I don't like the knight on g5, but I don't know what to do after bishop g5 yet.
Yeah, the point is if I take, I can take with the queen, but then I'm dropping this one, so I need to take with the knight.
But even this,
again,
yes,
it's better for white.
Yes.
Even if f4, c3, bishop d3. So I'm not sure that...
The other possibility that I considered is knight f6, because
this is the move,
when you are offering an exchange, very often you are trying, well, to do it on your terms, and this knight on d5 is an absolute monster. And even though you give up this pair of bishops, so knight e7, of course, is possible, but maybe, it would be easier for black to play this position than the other.
Usually they say that knights are fighting better against two bishops than knight and a bishop. So, yeah, hard to say. But now we have a move, and the move was bishop h4.
It was the third, move candidate that we didn't think about.
This can be a little bit unpleasant, or at least as a test to white, because of course she can push g3, but she can also wait with bishop f3.
But g3, can you start muddying the waters? Let's say if you play g3, I was thinking that moves, g5 will not work. Probably it's too much. Yes.
Yeah, I believe.
And then I wanted to sacrifice something, but
you wanted to play g5,
but then no, bishop b3, yes, of course, protecting, and then yes, your bishop is stuck on.
Yeah.
Even if you sacrifice on g3.
But I was also not sure about this type of position, who is attacking, that this also can be tricky. I don't know, with some f4.
No, but bishop b3 is very simple. And if you sacrifice on g3, it's like you have the double g pawn. It's
too many pieces around the white king, so you need to do something. But again, I don't know, maybe you can play something really super risky, but...
no, but it's interesting. Okay, let's see, queen h4.
If I protect...
You cannot play, let's say if you make a safe move,
king g2 or bishop g4 or what?
No, I wanted to make like bishop b3. You're protecting on f2, but it's somehow, I feel that this is completely wrong. But it's a safe move because you can take on h3, maybe you can bring your rook also somewhere.
No, but here, yes, after this, maybe immediately rook f5, and then this can be tricky.
So you see, those safe moves, there might be imprecise. So after queen h4,
I think now that white needs to part with part of her material, queen d3.
You mean after rook f4?
Rook f4 to take, and then play some queen e3 or something. So I don't believe that, and then rook e1 and so on. Now I will have these tactics with the back right motif.
No, but I don't want to exchange queens.
Yeah, okay, you will move, but then I will bring my rook, and I'm counting on this motif at some stage.
Knight g5 here, can I play?
Knight g5, bishop
g4, maybe.
Yeah, or maybe even queen g3 again. Yeah, because I don't need now to... If I exchange the queens, I don't need to stay with so many pawns.
Yes, the compensation...
so this is the position white is thinking. Of course, if you turn on the engines, and as we have this engine bar, it's screaming that this is bad for black. But we've seen this many times in our careers, that players like Jobava, or I don't know, players who can muddy the waters, win in this type of position.
And this evaluation, it's not like something constant in a way where you have an extra pawn and you're heading towards victory in an endgame where it's very difficult to make a mistake. This is a position where the evaluation can be overturned by a simple error. So maybe we can make a small break Alojzije right
Let's just
now. So, and
check
figure.
one more game, and then
No, but this is the game. We have the moves right now. Do we have the moves?
yes, we
Okay,
have a game.
because we
We
didn't
have a
have
game. So we didn't have, now we have a game.
That's what I wanted.
Yeah, sorry,
actually
my
to
bad.
prove,
Yeah. So e4, e5, knight f3, and no Petrov. Great. Nice, but then 4 knights, which is also not okay. Bishop b5 at least, because the d4 these days, and this bishop d3, we were saying this, that of course, yeah. I'm sorry. And then bishop d3 that people play a lot these days. But bishop b5 is at least something more interesting. Knight d4, and now there are several ways. I was telling this many times that, I don't know, Almira, for example, in 80s, maybe in Moscow or somewhere, you would just be kicked out from the club, right?
Yes.
Immediately. G takes f3. Okay.
Yes.
Come after 1 year or two. You need
Yes.
to learn a little bit more. But these days, yeah, G takes f3. It becomes normal, like
They
new
bury
normal.
a training camp, and it's like then you're coming back. Maybe you're allowed just to observe.
Yes,
Of course, I'm
exactly.
exaggerating, but this is not far from the truth. And
I don't know. I'm trying to maybe think from like till 80s, which type of player, whom could try this line. For example, 4 champions. So Capablanca, no. Alehi, no. Lasker, no. Steinitz, no.
Botvinnik, never.
Botvinnik, never. Smyslov, no. Petrosian, no. Tal.
Spassky, no.
Spassky, I will open small doors for Spassky, but not
No,
the
but
big
actually, I'm not sure we have to look among the world champions, but maybe among the challengers.
Bronstein, maybe, for example,
could be, but I'm not sure as well. Maybe.
Okay,
players who are
Shirov
a bit
maybe in
more
80s.
eccentric.
Shirov maybe in 80s could have started that type of play. But it's really hard to say. Maybe Ljubojevic, he was that type of player in 70s. It's really hard to.
Tal? No?
But I think it's too early for him. He would
Yes.
play something, he would develop pieces and then throw everything. So this is like more, I don't know, it's really hard.
Grigoric?
No,
No,
don't believe.
no,
Don't
Grigoric,
believe.
yes, I haven't seen the game. No,
Don't.
it was not easy because computers changed everything. So they made everything possible right now.
Unfortunately, we have delay of 15 minutes, so our viewers cannot interrupt us and jump in chat. But for example, you guys, you can maybe maybe put some name of player. Let's say till 90s.
Yes.
Who will be the one playing that move? Because I think it's like a super new move in terms of like history. I don't believe that this was ever played before, like 90s, maybe 2000 as well.
Look how concentrated Humpy is, and now you have Harika.
Harika, yes, as well. So they're playing this line, which is known, and now we have some mix of Italian game, even Sicilian sometimes have this structure.
Wait, Alojzije, okay, Rook G1, I just wanted to ask a very simple question. Come back. So D takes C5, so we are going for this structure?
Yeah,
what is black doing?
But this structure is known from Philidor,
yes,
let's say.
Course.
And then, okay, the pawn is on G2, and then bishop D6, and suddenly you start rolling your pawns, and this knight is an issue. Knight on C3 doesn't have a perspective. So, Rook G1 played, takes, Queen D7. I like the concept of black, although white has her trumps as well. E5. Okay, this is not an easy move. Probably a good one. Not an easy move, because you're losing a bit of flexibility, and then F4 will come.
So why we should explain why actually Humpy made this choice, because she has to deal with a few plans. So one of those is long castle and F4, and then you will not be able to play E5 anywhere in the near future. But she had the choice to develop the bishop, maybe to play C5, E5. So what is the most rational approach in this position, and then I think she went for the move e5.
Yeah, fixing the structure, queen c4 now. Yeah, it resembles some Sicilian as well. Or no, it resembles maybe some Yenish, because in Yenish f5 is coming into the opening, and this queen c4 is known from Yenish
c6. I like this one,
yeah.
of course.
Yeah, that was very good actually. And you know, sometimes engine gives you advantage with some subtle maneuvers like queen b4, queen a5, which really during the game you're not able to grasp. And so it looks to you that your opponent is playing very well. I don't know, maybe equalizing or just removing all the pressure you have in the position.
One question that I have before maybe we go on a small break. So in this position, we can see that, okay, queen c4 is not allowing black to castle short. Probably black will have to opt for something like queen f7, no?
Yeah,
or
this
to
is the move. This
queen.
is the move. You're completely right. And now white can just move the queen, play on a4, trying to... Okay, black will still need to spend some time. Okay, we have a move on castle. Spend some time to find a way. Either you play with the king in the center, or maybe you start rolling your pawns, which some players would do it. And probably this is the way to play this position. I know that some Fabiano and some like really top players will start playing like the king is on h8, but for me it would be very tough.
I wouldn't go for b5. That's like intuitively, like we were talking about intuition earlier. So you like for the moment you don't have enough pieces, of course. And what else are you bringing to the attack?
Yeah, but black has actually
I will challenge you immediately. Yes?
Two options. Either I go long castle. If I'm not going to long castle, then I need to do something.
How are you going for the long castle? Your pawn on a7 is hanging.
Okay, maybe I can prepare something. Probably not. Okay, knight goes to a4, so I cannot go to long castle. Yeah, you're right.
But that's because
I was thinking maybe
you were right about Yanish, because especially with the queen on c4, like if the move bishop e7 is played, you are never castling. You know, you have to deal with this situation.
Yeah, probably queen f7 will be played. Queen will be played somewhere, a4, d3, whatever. And now it's tough question for black. What do you do? Maybe it's a moment that we leave our viewers, and then we will come back when we have some more moves.
Yes, we will just take a small commercial break. We have a lot of videos, I think, prepared. So if you didn't have time to watch like our media content from the opening ceremony, I think interviews, Charlize, you know, she's taking in interviews every day. So a lot of media content for you every day. So that's it. Yes, let's have a small break and we will be back.
Coming back soon.
Dear chess friends, welcome back to our studio in Monaco. I am joined by Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic, and we embarked on this journey, Alojzije. Third leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix just started.
It will be a long journey, and we don't know who will win the event. There are some favorites. There are a lot of interesting games ahead of us. If you are for the first time joining us, some games are already very developed. We have end games, so let's check. Let's go to the first game.
But I wanted to say that the journey is even longer for the players, because this Grand Prix series is just a part of the qualification path towards the match against the world champions. So it's important actually to attract the attention of our audience and to underline how difficult it is, first of all, to qualify for the candidates tournament. So two top players from the Grand Prix series will qualify for the candidates tournament, and it is even more difficult to win the candidates tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And still there are many Grand Prix left tournaments. Some players have just started. So yeah, as you mentioned, it's really tough to qualify, then it's tough to win candidates, and then tough to win a World Championship match. That probably means that who is a world champion really deserves it.
I actually had the talk with Vish once, Vish Anand, and then somehow he explained to me when it's almost easier to play the match, because the qualification path, and it was different. During times, sometimes there were candidates matches, candidates tournaments. So when you're there, it's your last step.
Yeah, and different profile is needed for each event. So for example, World Cup, you need to be also good in the rapid and blitz. With white, you need to push. In the Grand Prix and candidates, you need to be sharp with white, because only first player is qualifying. So you need 5-6 pluses. And suddenly you're in a World Championship match where you need to be stable. Different profile of play, different type of game is needed. So I think that type is very interesting. For example, Nepo is great in I would say some round robin. He has sharp repertoire, but then this type of play maybe is not something which is great for a World Championship match, where you need to be super stable and then exploit 2-3 chances. Same goes for some players here. For example, I don't know, Sarasadat, she's playing super interesting chess, but here also you need to be sort of stable a bit. So yeah, this combination of risk and to be being solid, I think it's quite challenging.
So Kateryna, Lagno and Alexandra Goryachkina are on your screen right now. We left this game before the dark square bishops were traded, and I told you that this is going to be an issue, so I think it was an important exchange for white.
So we left around here, so our viewers could see the position. The main thing is that this pawn is a weakness, as we all know. And probably you also do that in chess. It's very important to have compact pawn structure. You actually avoid some isolated pawn structures, and this pawn is, I would say, now the main topic of this game. Of course, we have also opposite castles, which makes a little bit position more complicated, but in terms of strategy, the point is that black is trying to play against this weakness, to isolate, to exchange few pieces. White, sorry, yeah. Usually one weakness is not enough. and also there are not many pieces left, so it's some kind of small, let's call it academic advantage, but it still exists. So you mentioned that this bishop is activity needed for black, so let's see how it went.
You know what I'm thinking about right now is like how chess players think, and it doesn't have to do anything with the current position on the board. But I was thinking, so if all the pieces are traded, is this endgame drawn or winning for white?
Okay, depends who comes faster to the center. Let's say with the king, right?
Yes,
if you're
of course.
thinking
But
about
let's say if you're keeping the position and you're not winning the e pawn, so you can play before a4 earlier, fix the then a5. I don't know.
Yeah, I think there is a big chance that this is lost. And you mentioned, you raised one important topic, that top players here, they are thinking in terms of exchange, because sometimes this is underestimated. People tend to think that you can outplay your opponent, but some violent attack, maybe some space advantage. But also it's very important to think about which pieces to exchange at what moment. So I think this is a quality of top players. So they know when is the right moment to exchange pieces or to avoid pieces. My colleagues, that was not like my main quality. I don't know about you. But yeah, I learned from my colleagues. They would say you need to exchange one pair of rooks, then the initiative over the file is not so strong. You need to exchange bishop for a knight. Here, for example, you need to exchange this bishop for a knight and then try to play that type of position. So that experience is very important.
Just the thing is, like, I'm trying to imagine all those kind of breakthrough. What is the position right now?
So I can
show me the position. I want just to illustrate something. It's just, let's say, of course, you cannot take on e5 right now, but
yeah, let's show why it's not moved, because
first.
there is a back rank
Right.
issue. So white needs to lose some time.
They have very strange configurations. So let's say I want to, let's say we just to illustrate something. I want to exchange all the pieces, let's say, and the king is for the moment on g1, but it doesn't matter. I just want, so we'll do a strange move, then go here.
Rook e7.
Yes, rook e7, waiting move. This is not enough because this, of course, is probably equal. But I just want to illustrate the position. Let's say you don't want to take the other down. I want just to get to some positions where I will block this. Let's say you will make this move, which is quite a bad move. But what I wanted to see is, like, say you start with f4. Let's see this. Then b4, let's say you make another move. That is our strength, because there is a breakthrough where you play b5 and then c5 and then you move. So this is what I was trying. I know this. First you cannot do this here, yes, because a5 your king is closer, yes. So king d6, yes. So this doesn't work, but somehow then how do you win here? You're like, let's say you simply wait and then you penetrate. Probably you have to wait for him to play c6. No, what do you think?
No, I think this is lost.
Yes, but then, like, it's not b5 immediately, or maybe my b5 move
b5
was
is
fine.
good, I
yes,
think.
so
Yeah.
What did I try? I was just trying to illustrate, let's say g4, but here you cannot even play h3. So yes, something like this. But this, of course, is very in a galaxy far away.
Only one advice I got from my from my coach is, in that type of structure you just shown, that it's best to immediately as a like a weaker side. It's best that you immediately start pushing the pawns, not just waiting with the queen, with the king. Immediately with the black, you just start pushing the pawns, because if you are lost, you will be lost anyway later.
So no, of course, but I wanted just to illustrate the point, because here black king could have played king d5, of course. So just in case that was something I was thinking about. So if we block the queenside pawns, and then this endgame is going to be winning.
Yeah, so combination of weak pawn and who runs to center first. Yeah, there's some small advice like in the opening phase and maybe early middle game. We are trying to hide our king. Usually h3 is the move to give some air to avoid back rank motives and then to be able to hide. But while in the end game, it's important to come out with your king as fast as possible. So I would say that you have like deeper ways of opening your kings in the end game and in the opening or middle game. But
Alexandra
here, as you mentioned,
plays very well. The issue defends very well, and I like first of all Kateryna's move. So she is not rushing things, and she played f3 here.
yeah, f3 was played. But frankly speaking, I would decrease a bit chances of white. Then let's say at the moment we left, so it was around here, maybe, let's say, or around here. I was saying that this position should be maybe a few moves, yeah, like here, that this position should be very close to draw, as you mentioned as well, and some small chances for white. But now, when I'm fast forwarding the position, not here, f3, sorry, because I wouldn't be so sure.
I'm thinking also about because the knight on b3 is of course out of play, but I was thinking about the maneuver knight c1, knight d3. What do you think, Alojzije?
Very good one.
So, like, okay, you need to put on pressure.
We should put smile for our Nikki Reed, our photographer.
But Nikki wants me, like, she doesn't want me to be aware because, you know, then I always have like just a funny face.
But yeah,
she wants to surprise me. But yes, this is, for example, once again, let's make a move h6. Yes,
okay.
So that's what I wanted to move, knight c1 and knight d3 next.
Very unpleasant. Very unpleasant. You're completely right, Almira. Very unpleasant.
So
now maybe is the moment that if you are black, that you realized that things are not going your way, the right way. So it's maybe a moment to start doing something not drastical, but I don't know, trying to search desperately for the activity.
But
I don't know how. I don't know how. Start pushing. Maybe start pushing pawns on the wing. Even if you drop that one later, trying to liquidate. Sorry, to liquidate on the queen side. Start pushing pawns to liquidate on the queen side. Some measure of I don't know how. Maybe b5, b6, c5. Just start rolling my pawns.
Well, those are very responsible moves.
Yeah, because...
For example, like if I understand, of course...
So let's say b5, you mentioned knight c1, let's say, is a motive.
What is the idea of the move b5 first?
Yeah, but I cannot push...
Yes.
Okay, I can push c5, but then if white plays a4 or c4, I'm stopping my movement. So I need... Actually, this is a perfect example to show why double pawns are weak. They cannot move so quickly as a regular pawns. So I need to push b5, then b6, and so super slowly. Knight c1 is a good move.
And what do you do here?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe if I can sacrifice a pawn, but probably knight c, then knight e5, and I'm done.
No, you can still protect your pawn by knight d5. It's we can continue the wish because let's say c5.
Okay, let's say that I stay. If you come to d3, I play knight d7. Okay, so and then I want to push again this b6, c5, or c5 immediately. Now I can push. Okay, I would f4. E4.
Yes, no, F4, E4, and then you can stabilize it with...
Okay, you can start with rook E4 to prepare F. Okay, let's say C5, F4. But then can I play? You can, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, now I need to sacrifice a pawn, I guess.
Okay, let's say B6, that's your move. Yeah. Just protect the pawn.
Yeah, and if you take with the knight, let's say, I take, you take... I will take once and
You
then
cannot
twice.
exchange because you're
If
your
I take
king
just to
is
show the viewers that I'm on the
closer.
I'm right on time to come and catch the pawn. So you need to take with the pawn, let's say. Okay, this was actually my idea. Start pushing my pawns and at least get some counterplay, or later that I will be able to liquidate a bit.
Yeah, and you have those lateral maneuvers. The a2 pawn is weak, of course. So.
And if, in case I abandon some defense and come with the king, at least my rook will start attacking pawns. I don't know, but I would say it's some kind of turning point of the game. F3 played, and maybe I would love to have a camera a little bit closer to Goryachkina is thinking we could see her. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, she's a bit worried, I would say. You know better her?
Well, she loves endgames, of course, so she understands those subtle moments where, the evaluation is shifting a little bit, it's becoming more unpleasant.
But hang on, we have some moves. So rook e7 was played, passive defense, and now a4, which is stopping my concept.
Interesting. So she still wants to play knight c1 and knight d3 maybe, but then
also she thinks maybe about placing the knight on c4, so she wants to secure.
I can play e4 here, so what happens with black?
Okay, knight knight somewhere, let's say knight d4 or d4 or d2,
maybe.
It's also good. And then knight c4 and something.
The pawn is lost. Okay.
And now it's a moment, either you stick to your pawn maybe too long, or you start searching, because in knight's endgame you can draw rook's endgame being pawn down, but it's not easy to separate to show that you will be a pawn down. And I think this is psychologically tricky, and that some players they don't want to show to the audience, to the world, that they are pawn down.
We have the king, which is king getting D8. Closer, to the rook. So first of all, protecting the rook on e7. Yes,
okay.
And on f4 now you can take, of course, on f4 just in case.
But I love this way of the game. So it was like nice preparation, like a second move surprise, and then it seems that Goryachkina managed to defend and to equalize, but then again some problems arose, and it's interesting how the game has
unfolded.
Some waves.
But the thing is, of course,
pressure and unpressure.
The move king d8 prepared e4, because now you can take on f3 as well. So like f4 you can take, and e4 knight d2, it takes f3 is possible because the rook is protected. That's why Kateryna now was forced to play knight d2, because knight c1, e4 is coming. Yes, so this is no longer the same strategy. Knight d2, what is she preparing? Knight c4?
Yeah, knight c4 is coming. Knight c4 is coming.
Knight c4, but then e4.
Okay, then come knight.
What is? Let's just analyze this a little bit.
I don't know.
We need to make h6. Let's
h6.
see.
Okay, knight
I don't
c4.
Like those moves
you mentioned
much.
e4.
What can we do?
Yeah, probably knight c4. Now it's early. I need just start moving on the king side. Maybe come up with the king, and you will wait.
Yes, I need
Let's
to
say
wait
that you wait. I push. You push probably. Okay.
By the way, maybe we can show that it's an interesting alternative if you don't play h5. That white maybe can play g4 and g5. Is it possible here? And then play knight e4.
Okay, let's say wait. You mentioned g4 and g5.
Yes. Maybe now you give like the f4 square, or I don't know. Even knight h7 is possible. No. Maybe g4, but not g5.
First, maybe knight c4, and then when you push e4, I have g5.
Okay.
This is a different version, and I can even push f4. And in case of this position, I push f4, and my king
Yes,
is ready
makes
to
sense.
block. And
Combined with knight c4. Okay.
very complicated. Yeah. So knight d2 played, and she's thinking.
28 minutes, yes, for Alexandra, and Kateryna has more than like 40 minutes. So they're not. How many moves have been played?
It's 23rd move, which means that she has 17 moves to make. Maybe it's a moment that we switch to another game.
So the time
So let's check how, for example, which game you want to start.
First, we had the game between which we analyzed, which was interesting. We had
Elisabeth, let's check.
Alexandra, Bibisara.
Let's check one by one. Okay. So here we went to other games after e4, castles, bishop d2. This is also typical to prepare. Rook f to c8. Maybe the point was to fight against b4. b3. Okay, this is sort of classical, but usually the pawn stays on e2. So this is combination of I'm preparing an attack or like central play, but also I'm not burning all the bridges.
But it's important, maybe to mention here, Alojzije, that the bishop on d2, you said that this is classical. In Catalan, we have many different variations because the bishop on d2 is actually playing a very important role. When black plays b5, you will have this a5 square. And I think maybe black missed this opportunity to play b5 before,
earlier.
If they wanted, of course.
Okay.
But that's, I think, the...
So around here, but it was not so simple because it came, bishop d2 came, and then that's why sometimes they're maneuvering with the knight now to c6.
Yes, b5.
So let's say around here.
No, you don't.
Not Okay, but then this b4 is coming. So let's say in this move order, but then again this a5 is coming. So I'm not sure that this is the right position. So knight c4. Okay, still I would say in some normal zone. Rook a7, subtle play.
But then why don't you? Okay, now that the rook is on d1, can you play b5 here? I always want
bishop a5 or knight a5.
Yes, you have both of them.
Okay,
but then maybe I will leave it. Yes. On the bishop on c6, it's already there. On b7, it was not protected, but now, so let's say we try.
Knight a5, and you just play something.
Yes, and we leave it, and we created tension on the board.
Yeah, and also it's common maybe to play this way sometimes.
Oh no, I like.
You don't need this. You don't need the light square bishop because actually is attacking strong center of opponent.
For the moment, yes, white haven't played d5, so the bishop on g2 is not working anyway. So I like your idea. No, I want to just create some tension because otherwise you were just enduring. Of course, there are a lot of maneuvers, but what is black plans? So I wanted to try something more active. So b5, knight e5, knight c8.
Yeah, but we also need to praise a bit the quality and the tensions in the games. They are all playing. There nothing actually super dry at the moment. So it's very nice for viewers and for us to follow because I don't see some like draw coming so quickly.
No, but also it's only the move 20. And 29 minutes left for Bibisara, 35 minutes left for Saras. This means that huge time trouble is ahead of us. And this is exactly the position that you were talking about, which will be still very complicated during the middle game. And during time trouble, you will have to take important decisions.
Yeah, and it's actually, it's not some position you learn from books and everything. It's quite complicated, and also it's possible to win with black if white over pushes.
So what happened now?
Bishop e8. Actually, I like this regrouping. I like this regrouping because you need to cover this f7 square, and this is Sicilian way, and the rook is on c8, which was a nice way. So f4. also reasonable way of playing. Maybe now, let's comment it this way. I would say that white can still maybe stop her assault and play like something solid, but after f4, it's, I think, a clear sign that she's going all in.
Yes, but as in Alexandra's game, whenever I see those knights on e5, on d5, I want to exchange them. So let's say we might try knight d7 and even
I think that she won't take. So after knight d7, she will play something, if it's possible. I was thinking maybe even to run away and then trying to play f5. Okay, black has this c4.
Yes,
I think if this type of position, I think would be very tough. Although black has still this maneuver we were mentioning, but here I think this c4 at the right moment will save black or make an advantage. So I'm quite curious to see what will happen. So knight d7, I guess, will be played.
Interesting move,
Yeah, I was thinking about this is Catalan stuff. Maybe we can go full screen with the camera because it's sort of turning point. She's thinking about knight d7. I think she's thinking about knight d7, and this move will most likely happen.
It's like a bone in your throat, of course, those knights, knight d4, knight d5. Whenever the knight is in the center, we know it's the most powerful. Okay, she goes for knight d7. And now I want actually to see if Bibisara, who is a very original player, will make your move knight g4.
This is Catalan type of move. I'm telling this story. If your opponent, they are driving like 6 person in a car, leave them 6, not to exchange 1. With 5 in a car, it's not so tough, but 6 in a car can be an issue. So this is the logics when you have space advantage. Yeah, but this position is, we cannot say it's space advantage because black has also her trumps. So yeah, it's in really an unbalanced position.
But to be honest, after knight g4, let's try the move that you propose c4, because black has to create the counterplay.
Let's get the board
back.
What
can you do after?
So knight g4, if we move the knight, then this c4 will come. So we can get the board back.
Opening the position and...
probably
but at the same time, d takes c4,
maybe she's not sure about this stuff, which also looks a bit scary. And I would be worried, but engines and some...
What does the engine say?
I should start to jump and just don't care about all those... the storm is coming, but engine doesn't care.
No, this looks very scary. I understand now, of course.
Come on, 2 rooks, 2 bishops, knight... But yeah, it's a very interesting game to follow. So knight g4 is screaming to be played, if you ask me. But also, is there a plan B? Maybe to take on d7, but then maybe even with the rook, looks fine enough.
Yes, I wanted to take the rook on d7, and then first of all, you're ready for the assault. Yes, and you exchange the most active piece. You're absolutely right. Knight g4 keeps the pressure on the board, and you need this knight sometimes to sacrifice it on h6 to open the big diagonal. So when the time comes, of course, and to support f5, f6 push.
Yeah, f5 is typical way how to proceed in this position. Sometimes even g4, g5, but it's too late for that. So f5 will be played. I suggest that we stay with the camera at this board to see if knight g4 will be played, and to move. Oh, knight f3, also an option. A little bit different route.
I don't even know what is the position.
So knight f3 played. I'm not a big fan of that move. Interesting approach to play knight f3 instead of knight g4. So what is she up to go to? G5, I don't believe.
No, but let's say she was calculating C4.
Okay,
Or
what
B takes
happens if
A4
after
and then C4.
C4 again?
Mhm.
So again, she
Yes.
wants to play this type and position.
So she, knight B6, then seems natural.
Yeah.
What you said before, bishop A4 is the threat. Okay, and then, but I somehow don't agree that this position is worse for white. You know?
It's complicated.
It's
yes,
very
you're
complicated.
right. White can postpone for a moment.
Then bring another rook, yes, of course, to
her
B1.
central play. Yeah, it's interesting. Of course, now Sarah is thinking about C4. This is obvious. Yeah, okay. After knight f3, we are waiting for c4 to be played or not. In the meantime,
Alojzije, let's get back to the game between Elisabeth Paehtz and Zhongyi, because I think Elisabeth went for the structure that we were discussing previously. Okay. So this is the current position on the board, and I think it's a safe choice. Yes, maybe that's why Elisabeth went for this position, and we were even discussing the possibility that after f6 is black better, is white playing for this type of structure with against the isolated pawn, but black is not at all worse.
Yeah, I'm praising also Tan's decision that she went for this one, because it's also showing ambition in this game, because it can also
it's a very cold-blooded
decision. It can lead to better position for black, even in endgame. But let's say that with opposite castles, you don't want to go for an endgame if you're playing for a win. It looks a bit unpleasant, maybe knight at some stage and so on, but long term, when black starts to roll her pawns or central play, it's tough to play with black. It's a little bit easier to play with white. Sorry for interrupting, but it's showing that she believes in her abilities, and I really like this, and I am praising that.
No, but what I wanted to say is, so first of all, h5 was played. When you're dealing with this situation, you're asking yourself, should I play h6? Yes. Then you're thinking about the end games. So when your pawn structure is fixed and then you exchange a few pieces, then it's easier even for the king to penetrate. The light squares are weak, getting weak. So these are the thoughts that you have and the elements that you have to take into consideration. So first of all, are you playing h6 here or you're not? Were you playing like something logical in this position? Okay.
No, I think h6. Usually, it's much tougher to play if you allow h6 to your opponent. So I know it's, as you mentioned, it can really look dangerous, and some they sacrifice it. So, but h6, I think, is the move.
You think that you're going to move, like, it's very small. So I even thought about rook h3, rook g3, but maybe it's too much here, of course. So,
but at some stage, bishop f8 also can be an option, and black just needs to double at some of the e file or maybe c file, and then. But this is a long-term play for black.
Okay, let's try then h6. I wanted to see. If I do something completely strange, I wanted. Maybe it's like too slow.
Yeah,
and
as
you
I
said
mentioned, I will double my rooks. If you go rook g3, you do not sacrifice, you're not threatening.
No, but for the moment, yes, I'm not threatening, so I will have to play bishop, like queen f3.
Yeah, I think that this is very, very good for black. Because maybe now something, okay, I can play bishop e6 to attack your rook. Can I play something else? I'm
yes,
not
bishop
sure.
g6.
I was thinking bishop f8, let's say, but then
queen
of course,
f6,
yeah.
or bishop h6.
Queen f6 is also good. But bishop d6 is...
No, I don't like it. I apologize. So then, yes, you were absolutely right. So you're doubling on the e file, and bishop d6, then rook h3. Maybe it's a bit too optimistic, so I will need
queen f3 to start with. because now you can go for knight f5, knight f5.
Maybe also at some point if you play rook e4, what I wanted to say that after knight e5, queen e4 is the threat. Let's say
X-raying the queen,
yes,
yeah.
So let's say
Yeah.
knight f5, and maybe I'm even better here if I'm not winning this.
Yeah, I think now it's already, because on bishop e3 you can play queen e4
Yes,
immediately.
yes.
So after bishop e3, you just play queen e3 or what?
Yes. Okay, so you see, after queen f3, you have to be...
Okay, let's start this way. If you move on with your plan...
No. With queen f3, I don't want to play.
Yeah.
I wanted either to play g4, knight f5, or here bishop
okay,
f4.
g4 can be a try.
Yes.
And let's say this position.
Well, what are you playing here after knight f5?
Let's say that I take, you take. And I think that this position looks
But I don't want to take
better.
No, I want to take with a knight.
Okay, but then d4.
Yes, and okay, but
So probably, okay, knight f5 or what again? Yeah, some bishop d5 is coming. Rook f5, because now black will start to play her game. So I think
no, this is.
I was thinking that your point is to leave the square, but now you don't have attack because g5 is not.
No, but you can always play bishop b6 and maybe exchange on f5.
Yeah, but even if I don't play, I'm not sure that anything you're threatening anything, even queen f4, and let's say I don't believe that there is a threat. So this regrouping, I know it seems unpleasant. I would be excited. For example, I think for blitz and rapid, probably white would be the one pushing. But
you know, we tried a few lines. So after h6,
she played s6.
This shows a very deep positional understanding. First of all, I agree with you. And we've tried a few lines, and in every line, black is better.
I have the same rating as I mentioned. Okay, I'm not playing all the time, so maybe my rating would drop if I'm playing like Zhongyi. But I'm impressed by the level, because for me it would be tough to play with black. I played many times similar structure. This is a really high level play from my point of view. So also Elisabeth, she might be now thinking that she's the one pushing. Also, if I would be white, I would think that there are some chances. But I think it's tougher. Okay, let's say for the last 10 moves, it was tougher for black. Yeah, that was my
to be honest, you're absolutely right. So if white thinks that after h6 especially, she has to try, and we've seen that this is just an optical illusion, you know, and white has to be really precise and careful. Yes, then Tang also has some chances to win the game.
Yeah, queen f3
it's a
played,
struggle, of
as
course.
you mentioned, and now I think if rook e5 would be played, maybe even a5, I don't know, maybe she can start pushing her pawn. If rook e5 would be played, I don't believe that. Okay, maybe there is some possibility.
No, but we didn't try. What I don't understand, because I wanted to make a simple move here. Let's say rook e5. But if I play bishop b4, where do you go with your rook?
Okay. Let's say that I play some rook e4 now. Now knight b3 or something.
Maybe knight b3.
Okay, I forgot about this. And if I come back...
And then I can repeat, yes?
Okay. Because I don't see anything. But I don't see anything for white instead of repeating. I don't see anything.
But I know that we tried a few lines. I know that, you know, that's maybe I'm worse.
If you go g4, as I said, I don't believe that you're threatening long-term anything. So it's... Yeah, maybe it will be a sign for Elisabeth that... Yeah.
Do you have another try? If not rook e5, rook c8, for example? Then
probably also a good move. Because as I mentioned, this knight f5 maybe it's just illusion. Rook e5, taking or e3 with her. Yeah.
It's a ghost, yes?
Yeah,
so
don't
be afraid.
Yeah, this move actually... Actually, now just... Yeah, rook c8 is super strong move now. You're completely right, Almira. Because now we just opened the things for me. Because, yeah, rook c8 is a very good move.
Yeah, I was looking for something natural, you know, like maybe...
Yeah, because the point is...
It's not even considered by the engines.
The point is, with opposite castles, even basically, as a white, you don't want to win the pawn. And if you're playing position where there is an isolated pawn, and if your opponent would give you for free, probably you won't take it, because then two bishops would be super strong. Then probably it means that you cannot be better. You cannot just be better by playing around it. You need, at some stage, the point is, as you know, when there is a isolated pawn, the point is to put pressure, and then the opponent needs to defend it. But here, black is actually not interested in defending the pawn. She's just moving around. And in that case, yeah, it's an asset.
But let's see. Just a second, Alojzije, because before we switch to another game, I think 21 minutes. You know, this actually shows something. Even though that Tang is being very precise, she's getting very short on time. So this indicates, and she spent a lot of time for how many moves? Like 20 moves?
20 moves, yeah.
20 moves that I'm not sure that she knows what is the evaluation or how she evaluates the position.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think the point was that was tough. As I mentioned, from my point of view, her last 10 moves were not easy at all. And actually, that's why I'm praising that she made like 10 super good moves. And now the game will steer to, I would say, a little bit easier phase of the game for her. Because it was really tough for her to solve all those things. F6, as you mentioned, then H6. And now, of course, it would be better for her if she has like 1 hour on clock.
And Elisabeth is actually looking very confident. So I think she's getting ready for her opponent's time trouble.
Critical point, maybe we should get them full screen, because I'm expecting, what do you expect, Rook C8 or Rook E5? Those are the candidates now.
I wouldn't play Rook E5 because of Bishop F4, and especially when you're short on time, you don't make those moves. So I would play Rook C8. Let's see.
Okay.
If the oracle from Monaco, is right.
Okay, the move will come in next 1 minute.
Okay, she's entering the time trouble phase, because psychologically, when seconds appear, it's like last seconds, 20 from the 20 minutes they're appearing on your clock. It's very stressful. So 20, 25 minutes is still fine, but 19, 18, it's just, you perceive the time differently.
But the level of play is quite high. From both sides, I can imagine, even much higher rated players coming to this position, so they're really playing well. So good job.
Okay, so are we waiting for the move? Or?
I would give a chance. Let's say, Almira, for how long? 18 minutes on the clock. So let's give her 1 more minute, and if she doesn't play the move, then we can move on. But that's...
Yes, you can see the beautiful cups.
Exactly.
Every player in this tournament got this cup as a present. Of course, the staff is using a lot of goodies during this event, but which are very useful.
Yeah, and cups usually fits in like players' regime or routine. We are in front of some computer or chessboard, and you're thinking about it. So this is like a typical rookie for 5
I am wrong. Yes. So let's see.
Okay, maybe she will change her mind later. So after Bishop F4, come back, and then Rook C8 is possible, because then it's easier to make Rook C8.
Or maybe she's okay with the repetition, because she's getting very short on time. Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
Rook E5, Bishop E4, Bishop E3. We haven't seen anything better for white as well.
Interesting moment, psychological moment, and I would say the game will go on. That would be my conclusion.
So let's get back to the game between Batkhuyag Munguntuul and Alexandra Kosteniuk.
So Rook E5 was played here, and now we are waiting for a move. which I want to
Yes,
check
because
Alexandra's
Alexandra is
game.
very short on time, like very. I mean, it's move 20. She
So
still has 14
around
minutes.
here,
Mhm.
bishop e3 was played, king went to h8, motives we mentioned, bishop d3, and actually
What?
she sacrificed. Hang on.
So I can take knight f2 and I can take bishop f2. Okay, what is happening?
Oh, unprotected piece. I'm teaching my students that one of the main tactical motive is unprotected piece. All pieces which are not protected by the pawns are potential targets. And why engines are so strong? Because they spot this instantly. Unprotected piece. The point is, as you mentioned,
Yes, so
bishop
you
takes,
give check, yes,
takes,
and then take on
takes,
this
and if she takes,
queen
queen
h4.
h4, and if you go down as a natural spot, suddenly double attack, unprotected piece.
But when we saw this move on the board, it means that like because the move was played, so you can take knight f2 as well. That's why.
Yeah, similar.
But what is the difference?
Uh,
Is the same variation, or
okay,
can you avoid taking, or you have to take? Yes.
I think at some stage, white is not taking the second piece, but here I must take.
No,
So
yes,
hang
it's
on.
the same variation. Yes.
But she took with the bishop, Alexandra. So now curious.
Is there a difference?
So if I take, queen d2 was played. And they ended up in this position. And after knight f2, I must take, because I don't know, queen d2 is going nowhere. Yeah, so takes, and I must take. And maybe here some move. No. It looks like an imprecise move order, but who knows? It's hard to...
No, but the thing is, so actually Alexandra played bishop h4, and that was a trap. You know, when we were discussing moves like knight f6, bishop g5, Alexandra like calculated a perfect trap.
Yeah, this bishop king h8,
and
then this bishop d3 was okay. Of course, it was not forced, so it's hard to say was everything planned or she just spotted a chance to
But let's say
execute
if
the
you
motive.
don't play bishop d3, but you choose bishop f3.
I think it's not working.
But then knight g5? No, I think so. What was Alexandra's idea? And oh yes, knight g5 I think is fine. So what are you doing here?
No, I need to move the bishop again, and then you can come back.
Yeah. No. Okay, so I understand why she played bishop d3. Yes, that's the nature of the error. So perfect tactical vision.
And it paid off. Queen d2.
Very sharp eye.
But the problem is that she just took a double pawn. And actually, it's not a big deal now because it's sort of still equal. But then came queen d7, queen b5. And she's thinking it will be hard for her to squeeze something because this knight is dominating this one, and when c3 will be played, it will be a little bit challenging for black to find a right spot for her.
Also, like the b7 is hanging, and I don't know how to protect it. Okay, let's say you play rook f1. No, after queen b5, rook f1.
Okay, I can take, you
rook
take.
f1, and let's say you protect rook b8. But I don't like, it's like every...
Queen b7, I think,
yes, queen
right?
b7, yes.
And there is a checkmate motive, bankrank motive, so you need to open the king after, I know. But then I can take on c7, but you can take
so
on d4.
there is no way maybe to protect the pawn on b7.
Yeah, there is no way. Maybe it's the best. Can I open my king immediately? Somehow? I'm not sure.
Oh, it's... you see, that's... Even though, you know, white blundered, she found this idea, queen b5, now, and exploiting the weakness of the back rank. So now, Okay, you're not playing. Let's try the most artificial move. Let's try rook f8. This is a very ugly move.
Yeah, but
but you're protecting.
Then white will start to double over the f file. Maybe.
Okay, rook f4, of course. No, but okay, I don't want to give up the pawn so easily. I don't like it.
Yeah,
yes.
maybe the
Rook
best
f4,
for you
rook
is to
f1.
force, because I see that you can take. Now the problem is this back rank motive. So if I play rook f8, you can take on b7. Okay, we are in this type of position anyway. And now, as we mentioned, we open h6. You need. Okay, you can move the queen to a6.
But d4 is hanging. Okay.
Yeah, because this, and then I take on d4. It should be enough. To me, it looks like some drawish position, but you can play queen a6. But
it's better to take on d4 and not b2.
It's also possible. It's also fine. It's also fine.
But here you can take on d4 as well.
Yeah, and that's the position. Okay, now queen a7.
What worries me is 8 minutes.
Yeah,
it's like not we are considering all of these moves with absolutely having no pressure on our shoulders, and Alexandra is down to her last 7 minutes and 40 seconds, let's say. This is something which can give her opponent confidence to go on.
Yeah, and it's not so complicated now. Now it's not the level of some huge talent. It's more or less calculation. And I would say the rating difference now won't be of importance, maybe. Yeah, many games. Let's move around. Let's move around.
Harika Dronavalli against Humpy Koneru. Do you remember there was an interesting opening?
Yeah, I will go there, but I just want to say that Bishop f4 was played in Elisabeth's game.
So that means it's like a silent, maybe. Well, she accepted then that there is nothing better. She has to play rook e8, otherwise where is she going with her rook from e5 here?
Yeah, because you don't want to place it on e4. So rook e8, I guess, will be played.
Unless you want to win a few seconds, repeat only twice, and then go on with the game. It's also a possibility. But I don't think so. I think that after bishop f4, she will... But I was wrong already.
No, never mind. It's normal. Come on. It would be a little bit stupid that we have the same opinion all the time. So we're trying to guess a little bit what the player are up to. So rook c8 was a normal way. Yeah. So here h4 in the Lagno against Goryachkina, and this really looks unpleasant because now king can...
Oh, this is a completely different situation, of course.
So the knights were exchanged on e4 and on a bad circumstances to...
But why, when g5 was played? G5... She didn't have any more waiting moves here. You remember I said, it's not easy. You have to...
You see, this a4 actually stops. That's why I was saying this b5 as an important way to get some air, because this way, dream position.
So, a4 is a brilliant move. Now that we have the position on the board, but the more we analyze it and we explore these opportunities for black b5, b4, b6, c5, a4 is a brilliant move here.
I would still say with maybe super precise play is possible to hold at some right moment to activate the king on the queen side to liquidate, but I think now the drawing margin it's really no. I still think it's possible to draw this game, but with a very narrow way.
Okay. Actually, I think that we were right about something at least, because in the game between Harika and Humpy, Humpy opted for queen f7 after long castle. We were discussing it.
Let's check. But here we have a sacrifice, please. Before running day, because still our memories fresh after queen b5. Queen e6 was played in
But okay, if you
Batkhuyag
take knight
against
c7,
knight c7. What is
check.
the point?
No, I think check.
Checking
Right.
queen e3 or
No, first rook f1. I want to
maybe
exchange.
it's similar. Yeah, queen e3.
Queen e3.
King goes to somewhere. Let's say
it's here where you never know. H1,
yeah.
H2.
Okay, let's.
You only know later. After knight d4, knight e5, h5, h4, knight g3, you know if it's a good square or not. And what do you do with your rook here?
I need to run somewhere. I don't know, b8, but then queen b7.
Queen b7.
So I need to come probably to the worst position.
But you said that after c3, and
yeah, this looks really bad for black. Okay, maybe still possible to hold, but it looks quite dangerous. Okay, we will follow that one later. So you mentioned in Harika against Humpy. We were.
This is the current position of the board, but I wanted to get back to the game where we left it. So queen f7.
Yeah, we were commentating that queen a4 will be played, but she opted for a different approach to take on f7. So she took. King takes, f4, but now the worst is over, I would say. Takes, probably rook d8. King e6, also a fine move. Okay, subtle and complicated play. It's hard to say.
Yes, I'm trying to figure out, what was Harika's plan. So she wanted, to bring the knight on d3 and play e5. But here then, so if you take...
I think she's still on the safe side. If you take knight takes, and there will be enough.
Yes.
Knight g4 at some stage will secure, I think.
No, but let's say what I wanted to explore is this knight d takes e5.
But why you don't play like this? I don't know, bishop f8. What's wrong here?
Because I wanted to try something.
Okay.
It's not clear to me. So let's say you take on e5. I'm not sure about the square. For example, knight e5.
Okay.
I want to try something like simple, like king g8. And do you go rook d7 here or not?
Yes, rook
but
d7.
Okay, even though that everything is pinned, you're still opting
if you play bishop
here.
Bishop f4. And now this drawing mechanism, very nice. Knight g4, you take, and this is well known. Of course, this is a checkmate, so you need to run here. And only reason why this is a draw is because the rook is on d7. Anywhere else, the king would escape, but here, knight is protecting the rook. Well-known drawing mechanism, and
but then it's a draw.
Yeah, as I said, I don't believe that that black is in danger. Also, white should be on the safe side, but maybe bishop f8 is more to the point, because if you take, I take with the bishop, and then two wings.
But can I play maybe
f4? Okay, I just ignore. I play something. I don't know, rook d8, and I would rather play this position with black. Also, it can be a bit risky because there is a passer with rooks. Now I would love to exchange one pair of rooks, but
can I play rook?
Rook e4 to double? Or?
No, I want to double. Like I would
rook
play
e3 maybe, or
no, but I also wanted to try rook f1. Strange move.
Okay.
What are you doing here?
But the problem is after, for example, king g8, f5 is nothing, and where to go? You don't want to take. You cannot push.
Then if you bring another rook to e5, yes. So
okay, but anyway, yeah.
Yes,
it's some kind of.
No, black is fine here, of course.
So I think Humpy, she can decide to exchange immediately, which probably is enough for a draw, or she can move on. We have rook e7 in Zhongyi.
Rook e7. Okay,
of course, she can play rook e5 back. So that's the situation there. Here it seems that, Goryachkina is really suffering, and this position we haven't seen for a while.
Which one?
Bibisara
Yes,
against Sarasadat. They're repeating the moves. It's already draw. Let's stay with the camera here. We can go full screen. We can go full screen to see the...
I told you it was maybe a silent draw for... Yes, when she went for rook a5, I think that she estimated that it was not worth taking those risks, especially with the time trouble approaching. Let's see.
Let's go full screen. It might be easier.
Did she claim that, yes,
yeah,
the arbiter verified that there was a repetition, of course. Now the players can sign this score sheet. By the way, during the break, I went out, and of course, I saw that I saw fair play officers, and I think that we also touch upon this topic because there are new norms during chess tournaments. And where there are a lot of new requirements in order to secure a safe environment for all players. And I think it should be three fair play officers during such important events.
Yeah, they're checking player screening, then even checking toilets, and then there are some other
performance.
One is, I think, behind the screen, computer, to check.
Yes, but I think we have to acknowledge it.
Yes, yeah.
This is necessary. And
yeah, okay. So the first game was drawn. Players signing score sheets. Yeah, you predicted very well that this will be a threefold repetition. She burned the energy with those moves, and okay, some players could move on with rook c8, maybe, I don't know, Guifan or someone at her best. It's not easy. So I'm not so surprised, but it would be interesting to see what would happen rook c8. So let's move on with another game. So Sara, we haven't touched this one for a long.
So Bibisara is currently leading after 2 well-played Grand Prix. So she's leading the standings. And this is her last tournament. So it's important, of course, for her to play well and to secure the maximum.
Yeah, I would love to get her comment, her thoughts about this knight f3. Why not to g4? Because how I see it now, that she got stuck, then this knight g4 stops bishop f6, by the way. And was she regretting it? Because how it looks now, that there is no way to move on with f5. And she's sort of stuck while black has nice counterplay coming.
Whose move is it right now? Knight b8 was played?
Yes.
So let's try f5.
Yeah, and she's only 10 minutes on the clock.
Okay, I see that the queen on a2, course she protected the pawn on a4, but okay, I'm looking at f7, e6, so let's see. Let's try f5. Maybe it's the most natural continuation here to open all the lines.
Yeah, f5 probably taking is the best route. Yeah. And so now what next?
We do here?
Yeah, the knight is clumsy now on f3 because from g4, when you come to e3, at least you're...
Okay, let's go f5. I was thinking...
g4 or what?
No, not d4. Because the knight on f3, then knight d4, knight f5, maybe something.
Okay,
I want to open
take,
yes.
This one is hanging, you take with the bishop.
What do you do?
Yeah, but rook d7.
Okay. Yes, we will announce the live interview shortly, so please stay tuned. Okay, rook d7, of course, rook a7, d7, and what can we do here? No, maybe, no.
Well, now I think that ball is in white's court, and she needs to find a way. So from this...
But if you start with d4, does it make a
that's
difference?
Possible.
Yes, so.
But okay, I can
Maybe
take.
We can start with d4.
I can even play the same. I don't see the difference.
But okay, now I didn't sacrifice a pawn.
Yeah,
so
okay,
it
but
just-
I can maybe move on with something else, with c4 and something. Because you don't have this d5 coming. In this line, f5 takes d4, c4, at least you can push d5. And here that's not an option.
So we're getting ready for the live interview.
Yeah.
7 minutes for Bibisara, you know. Like Bibisara and Sarasadat, you know, you have Sara. They're playing games, they're playing against each other. So.
First part of the surname and last part.
Sara is looking very confident. You know, maybe Bibisara lost thread of the game.
Yeah. Now,
after knight f3.
I think many players, including me, be confused, and it's not strange to lose now with white. I wouldn't be surprised that even some stronger players would suffer in this position.
She went for king h1.
Okay. Trying to postpone.
Okay. And what's okay? Draw here. The end game is still same. So
is it the moment to check Alexandra's game, Kosteniuk?
Yes, but they went. Alexandra went for queen a3. She didn't trade rooks on f1. Yes, and she played rook b8. Maybe she counted on some. She was hoping for some counterplay. So if you take on f8, take on f8, and take on b7, then maybe your rook comes to f2, queen g3, something. But you still haven't played h6. So your back rank is still weak. Okay, we are ready for our interview.
We're ready, but we're not live. We don't want live. No live. Oh my god. It's okay. Live? Here we are here live in Monte Carlo with Elisabeth Paehtz, who just finished her first game against Zhongyi, drawing. Elisabeth, how was the game?
Well, I mean, the opening from her was for me quite unexpected, and then obviously, like, I was out of theory. I'm not sure, like, how far she actually learned or expected that. I'm not sure. But then I understood that after knight b6, it's not that easy. And it's at the first glance I wasn't very happy with what I did, but then I understood actually, like, even though she has a bishop pair, it's not easy for her to activate the f7 bishop. At the end, maybe, like, positionally speaking, I'm a little bit more comfortable, but on the other hand, like, I wasn't sure how to improve my position because, like, I have to stay in the center, I have to block everything, and I don't really have any kind of kingside attack without losing a little bit the control on d4. That was my belief. So obviously, like, for me to start better than in Shymkent, because in Shymkent I lost the first game against her, I thought, like, maybe from the psychological point of view, it's good just to not lose that one.
Yeah. The commentators praised your play of entering this difficult position, you know, although Black had slight advantage, it was very difficult to play. Did you feel that in the board?
I felt that Black must be better, but somehow I think she chose the wrong plan with rook e8 and bishop c5. That was my feeling. She should have played on the king side, not on the queen side actually, but against my king. So, but after rook e8 and bishop c5, actually I understood that I should be fine. And then I thought, like, that even from the positional point of view, I have maybe not advantage, but it's more convenient. But obviously, like, I also felt that rook e8 and bishop c5 was a wrong plan from her.
Yeah. And talking about this leg here compared to Shymkent, what have you done differently in terms of preparation? Last time you had someone here with you preparing, this time you have your mom. What else have you done differently for this leg?
Well, first of all, I lost 5 kilos. And sometimes this is actually like important because when I came to Shymkent, I played 2 tournaments beforehand. And so, first of all, I was very tired. I had no time for sports, for anything. And here, obviously, like, I had some time, so I had a couple of months. So I did a lot of sports. I even saw some kind of mental coach to discuss a little bit the psychology. And I was preparing very much with Tifiakov, but not like opening-wise, just about, well, some kind of exercises. So in general, like I did quite some effort, but I'm not sure whether this will pay off or not. We will see. Yeah. And here I came with my mom because first of all, she never had been to Monaco. Second of all, now she is more free than she used to be before. And third, actually, like she's my favorite friend, I would say, or my favorite person in life. So.
Maybe that's important for preparation outside of the chess to be comfortable. And you mentioned a mental coach, which is a very interesting topic. It's becoming more spoken about in chess. You know, Gukesh had his mental coach, very transparent about that. How important do you think it is for chess players to also, you know, improve their mental strength in this regard?
So I think actually some of us, I would dare to say, are mentally quite strong, maybe because just given by the character, or maybe because I had been working with someone before, I don't know actually. But for example, like in this tournament, I consider Alexandra and also Zhongyi like mentally like very strong personalities. And usually whenever it's important, like they would score. So at some point, like for these 2 cases, I would say they are mentally very strong. So in my case, sometimes, of course, when you play a lot of bad tournaments, and after Shymkent, I lost about 35 rating points, your confidence is going down the hill. And when this happens, it's actually probably, maybe I should have done this much earlier, but in general, I think it's a good idea to talk with some professionals about that and to discuss the core of the problem. So I believe that especially in top-level chess, and Gukesh was very wise to take such a coach, in my opinion, it's the right step. And I think especially Indians now, they take much more care about this part of the game compared to other nations. But yes, for me personally, it was a very good experience, and I also learned some things which I can change and which I can like improve to control emotions. But the biggest problem I think about human chess is that all of us, we are emotional. So, and the idea should be like that we can keep the emotions under control. This is a key of, well, I would say mental stability and strength. So I think in general, like chess-wise, and especially in top level, sometimes the mental strength is the only difference between top-level chess players, because by knowledge, I mean, they know all of them actually probably equally good chess-related stuff.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Elisabeth. It's going to be exciting to see your performance, especially with this newfound mental strength. And good luck with the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Etienne.
So just start time trouble. I will start. It was a very interesting interview, but time trouble is here. It's the first round of the Women's Grand Prix in Monaco. Alojzije, the tension.
Yeah, let's run to the games.
Rising.
It's nice to have opinions from players, but we are also eager to see time trouble. So let's check the positions.
And the players are down to 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 6 minutes. So let's have a look at this game. Alexandra
on the verge of
Yes,
defeat.
yes.
It would be like the biggest upset of the round, maybe. So yeah, she's really struggling in this position.
But for the moment, she managed not to lose the pawn on b7, and the material is equal. Of course, her pieces are very passive, especially the knight on c6. Okay, but maybe she will manage to create some counterplay here.
Yeah, the point is, as you mentioned, not to lose some material immediately, and then just to find the, like I would say, right concept, like coordination of the pieces, so that white needs to start pushing her majority on the queen side.
Is this the position? Can we get a closer look at the board, because I can see the rook on f5.
Yeah, rook f5 was played, so basically...
And the knight is on e8. I don't know what is going on. Let's have a look, because...
Okay, we are missing that move.
Queen is on e2. Okay, rook f5 and knight e8 was played. Okay.
Rook f5.
No, queen e2.
Queen e2, rook f5, and then knight e8.
Yes, was played. So it's a very interesting idea. So, okay, let's understand what is going on here, because Alexandra is down to her almost last minute, 98. Well, I understand, of course, it reminds me at some point of Karpov's bishop a7, but with the same idea. You do not allow either against Unzicker. Okay, he didn't allow to trade rooks, but here knight 8 is not allowing rook f8, rook bf8.
Yeah, cutting the
coordination of the pieces. And it's not easy to make a move for Alexandra. So rook
d8, best move. Best move, bravo, Alexandra. And now Batkhuyag needs to find a way how to penetrate, because, okay, you stopped black of doubling on the f-file, but what's next?
And it's important not to panic, of course. So rook d8, protecting the pawn on d6, just in case. You never know. And what are you supposed to do here with white? How do you continue after knight
Okay,
e8?
queen e6 is the move you want to make. That's something you're going to do.
It's good that you always have your knight c7, knight d5, because I would say that you have to be careful.
But you're right. What's next? Because I'm not threatening to take on d6, since the knight is the pawn is protected by the queen from g3. So let's say that I play some
Yes, but
a6. So what is a follow-up?
Knight e8 and queen e6, and black pieces are completely discoordinated.
Sorry.
You have to make a move, yes?
Yeah, so...
Rook f5,
yeah, but then
here,
after gf, you cannot take, because... So you need to move a rook as well. So, for example, rook e2. But, okay, now we're entering some complicated zone. Will you be...
No, I think that
knight
is
e4,
much better.
probably you win here, but you need to calculate a bit. Queen f5, g6, and queen f3. But okay, it needs some precise calculation.
But are we forced to enter this line with like f4, f3?
No, probably not.
So let's say not rook e2.
Okay, I just made some silly move a6. So the point is,
check
maybe d5 is the move you will make.
I just wanted to check if there were some major changes on the other boards, but we are keeping an eye on this game for the moment. So, actually, okay, Harika and Humpy, they went for the line with the bishop on f8, which we discussed, and the most natural doubling the rooks on the e file.
So let's just check it briefly. So we have this position, and you mentioned rook e1. I still think that white shouldn't be worried too much, but still black is pushing a bit. Oh, I see it. And this one, okay, it seems to me that she managed to get some counterplay.
Alexandra was defending.
Yeah, around here it looked really clumsy, but then this f4 was maybe premature.
Oh, but still, it was
Okay, it
temporary
was-
sacrifice, temporary pawn sacrifice. After rook g4, you can still play b3.
Yeah, but I love the way how black has regrouped. So, for example, around here, let's say here, she was super passive, and suddenly we switched to this position.
She opted for the active defense. According to Dvoretsky, it's maybe
Something necessary. Huh?
yes. Very often, it's more effective than passive defense.
And also, I would say also psychologically, because then you are not playing only in your half of the board, that also your opponent needs to make some decisions. And you mentioned that in Sarasadat against Bibisara, yeah, it's as we mentioned, Bibisara is leading the field, and she's a great player, but in this position, from this moment,
so you think
her game completely deteriorated. Take a look. Suddenly, she became like super passive, and I know that she's aware. She got probably aware of that, like around here. But yeah, this is a clear sign, not clear sign. Okay, just this first round, but sometimes you just make a wrong decision, although you are aware that there were some other options.
It's also very important for Sarasadat to start well in this tournament, because her Grand Prix in Tbilisi was a complete disaster. You know, things went wrong. So a win with black, and she was playing confidently throughout this game. So will help her, you know, maybe to forget about this tournament and actually just remind herself that she is a good player.
Yeah, I think Bibisara is a very stable player, and while Sara, as you mentioned, she just needs to stabilize. She has now ups and downs. But on a good day, she can win against anyone. But also, and when she's losing, sometimes she's losing sort of tragically. Some blunder or something, so it's more psychological, I would say, that understanding, as you mentioned, just to remind herself that she's a strong player.
And the way she plays this game, you know, she coordinated her pieces and regrouped them completely. So now the bishop is on d5, which is very, like on b7, it was a bit maybe vulnerable.
Yeah, and the pawn was around here, so that square was not available.
But I think it's no, but now it's also supporting the push. If you would want to play c4, maybe b4, c4 next, and close the bishop on c3. What would you play, c4 or b4 here and then c4? I would.
Yeah, b4 is more to the point, because long term you're making a distant passer.
But wait, where do you go after b4?
I think she needs to go to a1. But now knight a5, like a natural move. I'm targeting b3. So you don't want to make this move. It's really not a great setup. So
knight a5 is a great move here as well. No, because I wanted to play c4, you know, on this bishop and play against this bishop on a1. And
yeah, your point is that you want to shut the bishop at some stage. Yeah, it was possible to do it even immediately, maybe, but it's probably not necessary. But it's also quite logical. Tough moment for Bibisara, but still something can happen.
Okay, let's follow Alexandra's game, because she's getting very long time, 40 seconds left.
Queen e6 played.
This is the position.
Let's get her on the camera. It would be a splendid start for a Munguntuul.
And that's not the player we are searching for. Searching for Bobby Fischer.
Yes.
Searching for Alexandra Kosteniuk. Yes.
Josh Kowalski, yeah. Okay.
Where is Alexandra Kosteniuk?
She's
Perfect.
There. Fair play officer Boana is behind her.
And what was the move that she played? Because we were
Queen d3.
Queen d3, because we were thinking that it was not easy to make a useful move here, or a move like which will not lose immediately. So, but then we analyzed rook f5. Let's try. And then
No,
I can
but it
take
was
on
a different.
d6.
No. We were discussing, let's say, this potential position where after takes, you're not
No,
allowed
I
to take
remember.
because of
Yes.
queen. But now after queen d3, okay, she wants to stick to the f pawn, but then
Knight
she
d6
lost.
is no
She
longer
lost.
protected.
Yeah, this d6.
But
She can play
queen
this type
f5,
of.
but
Yeah,
knight
but
d6.
this looks just dead lost. So maybe we are getting a decisive result. First decisive result. Yeah, that knight f2 was critical around here. If she had played this knight f2, it would be much better.
Yes, because what we were trying to understand is there is a difference. So maybe you are forcing white to enter the line with queen h4, which actually white avoided
Okay,
before.
it's important to see the
okay.
nuances. Okay, the point is, I guess the point is, without those bishops, maybe white is using this. Actually, the point is that this bishop helps more black than that one helps white. I guess this is the point.
Just
And now if you go knight b5, the same. So I have a target, and maybe my bishop will help for an attack. So I think, but it's not easy. I understand.
But here after queen s6, you cannot take on c7.
Yeah.
That's the
And
difference.
I cannot blame her not to see all those details because it looks the same. It's really tough. I lost the same position last round, Capella Grand against Gajewski, now coach of Gukesh. I was leading the tournament. I don't know how many, 600 players, more close to 100 grandmasters, and I sacrificed the same with the wrong. So she spotted as same as I did,
the right idea.
but somehow you are not maybe like calculating all those details and spotting the right difference. Yeah, but now it looks that she's suffering a lot. So takes and knight d6, I guess, will happen. We are waiting.
Yes, we're
for
waiting
the move
for
to
the
be
move.
executed.
So rook f5, yes, g takes f5, or queen takes f5. Maybe Alexandra thinks she better chances in the endgame, but like you have such a powerful center. D4.
But this is dream situation for Batkhuyag because she has enough time, and she went for king g1, so she wants to checkmate Alexandra. Interesting approach, although probably.
But I don't understand that I can now play queen g3. I don't have a lot of choices here. So I protect the d6 pawn once again.
Yeah, that's same like a6.
Yes.
You go queen g3 back. It's similar like you play just a6. Okay, king is on g1. What's the difference? It's hard to say.
Just you have to survive the time trouble first. So queen g3.
Queen g3 will be played. That's quite obvious.
20 seconds for Alexandra. Okay, she went for queen g3. 30 seconds are added after each move. So normally, we are not supposed to lose on time.
So queen g1, queen g3, yeah.
It's a very interesting situation because, if you're comparing it to the game between Elisabeth, Paehtz, and Zhongyi, I don't think that here white will go for king h1. Yes, maybe.
Yeah, no, some rook e2 will be played. I think this is the move because
some logical move.
as I'm advising my students, you want to create threats, and rook e2 creates threats. So you're searching for moves which are creating
so actually that was the idea. So rook e2, rook f1, king f1.
Yeah, I think it's really tough to deal because actually the way how pieces are arranged is that this knight is really out of the play.
This is maybe the key factor when you're evaluating this position. It's not even the weakness on d6. Yes, the knight
The knight
is
is,
completely
if
out of
we
play.
could exchange both pair of knights, both knights, then
Do you have the evaluation, by the way, of
yeah,
the
it's just
position?
winning for
Yes,
white.
no, but I wanted to, because like, if he considers that the knight on c6 is out of play and the knight on e8, of course, is powerful, then you're having an extra piece while it's materially balanced. So what is the evaluation here?
It's plus 3.7.
Oh, okay, so you're
Yeah.
having an extra piece. Mhm.
Yeah. But okay, piece activity is sometimes temporary factor, so you need to play precisely.
Mhm.
Okay, at Sarasadat we have this b4 played and bishop a1. Here in Goryachkina, okay, they will move back and forth a lot in this position. Okay, rook
She
f5
went for
played,
rook
hang
f5.
on.
Mhm.
Not rook f4, but rook f5. That's some kind of glitch.
Mhm.
And now
Just keeping an eye on the other games. So,
rook
and rook
f1.
f1.
Also a reasonable decision. Yeah,
Well,
that's
simply
also,
go in for the pawn.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and now after f4 there is this way and you're not threatening anything because knight f7.
And now you can take rook f3,
Yeah.
of course. So, and not weakening your pawn structure. It's
Really tough
it's a
situation.
very solid way of increasing your advantage because she's not taking any risks, you know. So she played king g1, took on f5, played rook f1, and there are no checks. The knight is not moving, and winning the pawn on
Yeah,
f5.
Alexandra is quite creative, but it's not easy to create something in this position.
While
Yeah,
Harika,
tough moment, last seconds. We can also go full screen. Now it's maybe not so important that you analyze the position, it's more that you get the insight. Will now knight d6 be played? Last seconds for black, but white has enough time, of course, to calculate. I believe knight d6 will be played.
And even though that Batkhuyag is the lower rated player in this tournament, you shouldn't be fooled, you know, like by her rating. She is a very dangerous opponent. Once again, she qualified for the Grand Prix series through the Grand Swiss, which is the strongest open tournament for women. And she deserved her spot in this series. So, and as you can see, Alexandra struggled with the black pieces.
Yeah, sometimes there are players in the tournament who, of course, are higher rated, and there was a joke that some old grandmasters, they would, after the pairings, they would just check the pairings, and then, okay, this guy, I'm happy with the draw. I will attack that guy. I will attack that player. But usually
Save
it
your
doesn't.
energy,
It
yes, on
usually
some
doesn't
games.
go that way. So you cannot plan that you will just I don't know, so put a pressure on weaker or lower rated players, and then you will play for a draw against equal or stronger. Usually in round robin, sometimes you cannot expect that like lower rated players will lose everything, or that stronger players will not slip in some way. So the point is that maybe there is a reason why Batkhuyag has this rating, which is not the same, of course, as Alexandra said. So at some stage, maybe for her would be tough to keep on with the good play in this long tournament. But in first rounds, yeah, it's not a huge difference. She's white.
She didn't take on
F3
d6.
played, so F4 was played, and then the rook F3. She doesn't want to take on d6, but also a good move, I guess.
It doesn't spoil anything. Where do you go? You cannot give
Queen
check on
H4
one.
will be played, and will now knight d6 come.
Yes, she deprived black of the possibility maybe of bluffing. Yes, with f3. So after rook f3, queen h4, knight d6 seems
knight d6 played,
very
knight
natural.
f7 is a threat. So how do you stop it?
Rook f8.
f8, only move. Oh, many tactics now. For example, of course, knight b7 is an option, which is good enough, but knight f7, you need to come to h6, I guess. Then queen e4. I'm collecting.
Yeah, you're collecting on
with a
4
tempo because there is no way to check me. And it's
and you have
just
two
pawn up.
two healthy extra pawns, c4,
Yeah.
d4 and c3. Yes.
Yeah, of course, Alexandra is aware of her situation, but what to do? She needs to move on.
And we were talking, discussing this, like how difficult it is to play those first rounds. It's a real test.
Yeah, but she's a great player. She can fight back, and that's why she has this rating. So she's capable, even if her start is shaky, or she loses some game. So yeah, she knows how to fight back. That was my favorite role on a mission.
But I just had the feeling that Alexandra was unusually slow today. Of course, like the opening, and she faced a few difficulties along the road, but I haven't seen her in such time troubles very often.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. She had some plan. This knight f2 tactics were good. So actually her opponent was lucky not to lose something more than a pawn.
I'm actually trying to spot, is this the king?
Where?
In Alexandra's hair?
I don't know.
Yes, because like if I'm trying to, every detail is important, so I'm pretty sure that Alexandra thought about it, yes, but I have the feeling that's maybe a king.
Okay.
Like an accessory, beautiful accessory. So I wanted just to tell you that I think that Harika and Humpy are...
Let's check the game.
They're
So here
playing,
it's quite obvious what will happen, unless there is some strange outcome. Here they're quite close to reaching the 14th move. But what is going on here? It seems that Sarah has misplayed it a bit.
She went for
a pawn grab. But that was actually very wrong. And it's now like normal position for white. Suddenly this bishop is playing. It's not so bad. Takes, they exchange everything. Okay. It will be a draw, I guess. Or is it possible to do something with white here? I would be very surprised.
No, with black, you mean?
With black,
yes, with black, of course.
Yeah, some rook somewhere down.
No, rook c3.
Rook c3 or rook
bishop
d1,
yeah.
And then king slowly comes. And I don't believe in rook c4. I can kick the...
it's like, I really liked Sarasadat, position, because we have Bibisara.
Rook c3 played, and now bishop d1 will be played, and I think it's like a dead draw. King comes to g2.
It was actually a very miraculous, like, save. It's like it was not lost, like -5, but she had a few hours of suffering ahead of her, Bibisara, and then
I'm quite surprised. I'm curious why she went for this bishop f3 grab. Because anything c4 or knight a5.
No, knight a5, but I wanted to go for c4.
So she went for it. Sorry, rook c3, bishop d1, king f8, king g2. Yeah, it's just a dead draw. I don't believe that anything will happen here. Let's check how Alexandra is doing. Has she managed to create anything? King s7 played. time trouble.
Yes, we reached the time control in the game between Kateryna Lagno and Alexandra Goryachkina. However, Alexandra still has to make her 40th move.
Hmm.
So they're still playing they traded rooks, so it's only one rook left.
And
on
Humpy
the board.
against Harika, are they out of the time trouble?
Yes, just a second. No, 35.
Okay.
Move number 35. So, but the position is still very balanced. I don't think that anything is going to be decided during the time trouble.
Okay, Alexandra stood up on 34th move. That's interesting. Having only 1 minute. Taking some water.
Yes, but she also realizes that her position is...
Okay, at least she complicated the matters. Of course, he's still winning, but 2 minutes on the clock. Okay, here miracle can happen. Few moves ago, I wouldn't bet on it.
Yes, but what is the idea? Okay.
Okay, at least her knight came into the play. This is my point. So at least I can bring my knight to the play. And
yes, even if you play knight f5, let's say, and my knight is somewhere else, knight f5, knight g3, or knight e3, you have to bring your rook into place, rook f6, rook g6, while I'm doing nothing. So it's not enough. What can you try here? Let's say check, queen e4. What do you think?
queen e4.
Yes. Let's say king g8.
Okay.
And now knight c4, because I wanted to play knight e5. Maybe I should have played knight c4 even before. I'm not sure if there's a difference. Let's say you try to bring your pieces into play, but you cannot play...
Yeah, I don't know how to do it.
Knight f5, because we saw this
But
in the
then,
variation that the pawn on f4 is
if you
hanging.
take... Yeah, I don't see anything. Any discovered attack.
She went for c4. Yes, what do you think? Knight g6.
Knight g6 played. No, she played what?
I think c4 is on the board.
Sorry, c4, knight g6. Okay, as I said, there are some chances to survive now.
No, but okay, c5. Okay. Let's be consistent, of course. So c4, c5.
Yeah, c5 played.
And
she will play some.
Rook f6.
Okay, yeah, it's dead lost. It's dead lost. Yeah, just dreaming.
c6, c7, and c8. Of course, is coming.
It's a dead lost.
Okay, let's have a look. Maybe before we go on a short break, after the time trouble is over.
Yeah, let's check the
Harika against Humpy. What do you think about this position? Because something has changed. Actually, I don't like, because Harika playing before, and then even though that probably it's still more or less balanced, but then
it should.
You have all these isles, you know.
Yeah, but as long the rooks are on the board, there always be some king's chase. So I don't believe that white is in danger. Because black needs to activate some pieces, and if we exchange pair of rooks, then I think there is a chance for black.
Are you threatening a knight f4 here?
Okay, that's why she stopped it, which I think it's a good move. So okay, now h4 will be played, I guess. Yeah, okay, g5 I forgot. g5 is a good move. And okay, maybe I'm wrong now. g5 is... But even this kind of position, let's say.
Can I play b5? First, I don't know, let's try.
Maybe you can, but some rook
you'll
d6
play
at some
a4,
stage.
maybe. You need to exchange, you know.
Maybe some rook d6 can, but not immediately, but later can be an issue. But okay, yeah, I can play h4 and a4 and then I'm fine. So this 14th move has been played.
I
Here?
like this. No,
not yet.
For me, G5 is...
Okay, one more move.
One more move number 39. I like it. And Harika is actually, she's facing a very difficult decision, because so what are you doing on the move 40? Because very often you want to make the move 40 and not to alter the position, not to change anything. But if you said maybe c5 is necessary here, or can you play something else?
No, I was just thinking that c5. Okay, let's say that if I don't play c5, I think h4 is a starting move. If you don't play
h6, I think.
h6, okay, now I play something like a4. And how do you play now? Okay, still maybe it's a little bit better for...
So 30 minutes.
So what did she play?
Yes,
She played rook e2.
So I told you, she wants to go for the move which doesn't alter anything.
Yeah, but this rook
is
e2,
the survival
then
instinct.
after bishop e7 you will never play h4. And then
so I was right. You have to be very precise, or black will seize the momentum and play.
We will play instantly bishop e7, even it's
for the advantage.
Yeah, even it's 40 seconds. Okay, maybe she will burn a little bit more. We can go full screen with the camera.
Okay, she bishop goes for a7. Perfect play. Humpy's
now
behalf. I love
I'm
this.
not
G5 and bishop e7.
I'm not sure that white will hold that one. Okay, let's check the other game just to conclude what's going on. So here, let's have a board. We have Lagno probably winning.
Okay, for the moment.
Goryachkina, she has misplayed the thing. We have Koneru playing, as we said. Sarasadat, yeah, it just looks as a draw. And Alexandra.
Let's wait for the 40th move in this game. So the time trouble is going to be over on all boards. 30 minutes is added after the move 40 till the end of the game, of course, and players will have some time to think. The obvious, yes. Hypothesis is just to accept also the defeat. Yeah, you never know. But what is going on after knight h4 here?
Rook f2.
Rook f2.
Yeah, but now this knight looks really splendid.
No. Okay, so
So
we are waiting for the last move, yes, and then we will.
Let's make some kind of conclusion. So we have Lagno close to winning or winning against Goryachkina. We have Assaubayeva, they made a draw. We can go with the camera. Yeah, okay, full screen. Just for a second to see. Is there any
this
chat
is the
or
second
something?
Result of this
yeah,
round.
So it's a draw. We have Paehtz Tang Zhongyi from before as a draw. Kosteniuk is losing against Munguntuul, and we have Harika against Koneru. It seems to me that
it's a very instructive moment. It's a cautionary tale, by the way. I told you there was something that I didn't like about the move before, even though as you rightfully mentioned, that maybe doesn't give like the anything away, but in a long term, if one imprecision is sufficient, and I told you that's like you want to be on the safe side during time trouble, so this explains the move rook e2, but then bishop b7, and now I think that Humpy will try to squeeze something out of it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just h4. Is it that possible to play still? Maybe it's possible because I have knight f4, so I think h4 is needed.
No, but I want to play h6 anyway.
Okay, but at least I managed to play this h4, which I think it's important.
Okay, so
let's have a short break. I think now players will dig in deep into the positions. So let's have a break, and we will come back soon.
Check, 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 check. We're good? Good to go? We are here at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix, and I'm joined by Sara Khadem and Bibisara Assaubayeva, who just drew their first round. Ladies, tell me how the game went. It was crazy to watch. What were your impressions?
In the beginning, I don't found a good plan, I think, and after rook 81, she played b5, and I spent all my time to try to find a good way, but I don't do it, and in the end, I think I have a worse position. I don't know where I'm losing, maybe I'm not losing, but I have worse position.
Yeah, I was also comfortable with the game, but I couldn't find a concrete way to, get like more advantage. So I just missed something, and then I decided to after that I had to go for this opposite colored bishop, and I think after that it's equal. But before that, I thought I had a better position. I just couldn't see the way to.
And tell me about the opening, this A4 idea. I couldn't find any other game. Was this your preparation that came on the board? Were you happy about that?
No, I just don't know the position, and I don't know. I know the similar position, but not the same, and I thought the A4 is a great move here, but I'm not sure now that it's like this.
Yeah. And how did you find the opening preparation on your side?
Now, for me, it was, I mixed everything completely. I wasn't sure what it was, but after A4, obviously I didn't know what to do. I just went with the plans that I knew, but before that, I kind of, mixed everything in my head.
Yeah, I saw this. Maybe that's why I play bad moves at some moments.
And Bibisara, you're the youngest competitor here. Sara, 10 years ago, you were an 18-year-old also playing in the Women's Grand Prix, playing against these top women in the world. How is that? Is there some additional pressure being the youngest?
It was when I played my first Grand Prix 2 or 3 years ago, but now, in our series we have younger players, so now, I played, maybe it's my 5th Grand Prix, so it's comfortable.
Yeah, and for me, when I played, I was also the lower rated. I got the spot because Iran was the host of the tournament. So at that time, it was double, the pressure was doubled because I was the last seed as well. But now I'm not, I'm an experienced player now, so nothing to, I'm not among the young players now.
Yeah.
And both of you, being in Monaco, Sara, you just played here, got your silver medal. And Bibisara, you are leading the Women's Grand Prix series. This is your final leg. Is there some additional pressure? Are you guys more motivated about that?
Yeah, it's of course more pressure, because it's also my last leg. So I will try to show my best. Not like tomorrow, today, not like today. Yeah.
And yeah, it's always a pleasure to play in Monaco. And my first leg that I played, it went really bad. I almost lost all my games. So now it's no pressure. I just try to improve that, and I'm hoping for the best.
Well, thank you so much, ladies, and good luck for the rest of your event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're back.
We are.
Yeah. So 3 more games in progress. So let's check what's going on in the playing hall. I think that Alexandra, of course, is trying to prolong the game, but chances are grim. And we have Lagno. She's cruising towards the victory. And Koneru has made a significant improvement. So which game to start? Maybe we can check the end game. Less pieces on the board. So Goryachkina is suffering.
Actually, if we might get back to the point just a few moves before, where Alexandra played, not Alexandra, Ekaterina played Rook H4, and this was the moment where I was thinking, no, like move 40 first.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
Yes, here, because this is exactly the position that we have on the board, but here I was thinking Rook H4, so which was played, and what move should Black make? So are you protecting the pawn from E7, and obviously, or you're going for Rook E3 and C5? So Alexandra went for Rook E3. And what if, let's say, you were going for something more passive, Rook E7, or anyway, after Rook E4,
Rook E7. Okay, probably King will start marching. King G4, you wait.
G6, yes.
I play King F4. Okay, but here you give check.
Yes. So I wanted like to defend it this way. I'm not sure that
I can enter here. Yeah, also it can be tricky because I will play Rook E4 and then I will come with the king on this side. But I'm trying to understand when was the moment she went wrong. So around here, okay, maybe here. Rook G6, it seems to me as a normal move. Okay. King E6, I think it's fine. Rook F3, okay. Rook E4.
Maybe she
Aha.
missed this tactical idea.
Okay, if I wait, you can go to f6, but
No,
then
but then
g3,
yes,
yeah.
rook on g3, yes.
So this is the point. Okay, we have a result. Alexandra resigned.
The first decisive game of the round, and the tournament underdog won
Yeah.
against one of the, if not the favorites, but against one of the most titled players in this tournament. Alexandra is the former world champion, winner of the World Cup, Russian championships, European champion. I actually don't know what title she doesn't have.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's very difficult to win one tournament.
But big kudos to Munguntuul. It's fantastic achievement. So it probably means that she's underrated. Maybe we can check standings in some later a little bit Grand Prix. That was her second, or I think.
Yes, maybe if we can have if we can bring the standings back to our screens. Yes, you see, she brought the pawn to c7 and then simply took on f4.
Yeah. Rook f4 with the point, of course, if you take then promotion. So this is deflection. Decoying the piece. Very nice, and big kudos to her. I would say that she deservedly won. Okay, there was this upset when she was lucky, I say, but then later she played really well.
The thing is, that's what I was talking about when it's wonderful to have the larger pool of players, because this will bring us to different variants, you know. So those surprises will come more often, and we'll have even more decisive games.
But to be positive about Alexandra, if I would need to pick one player, maybe two, who can recover after one loss, maybe even after two losses, she would be top on the list. Yeah, so she can fight back. So I'm quite positive about her final outcome, no matter that she lost this first round.
Actually, I remember one Grand Prix which really didn't go her way, and maybe the toughest tournament in her life. She lost 5 games in a row, but then I think she managed to win 5 games in a row. This was something extraordinary.
Yeah, so I'm quite confident in her chances, no matter what happened, because then all resources are mobilized, and you're just playing your best chess. So I don't know whom she played tomorrow. We will check this a little bit later, but yes, for sure she will come tomorrow fully prepared and well armed.
So 2 games are still in progress. 2 very interesting, though very different endgames. So this wrong endgame is probably winning, yes, for white.
Yeah, although it's not so simple. You know that you're winning, but also you know that there is a chance for some liquidation on the queen side, and you're trying to be super precise. I would say that this is tougher than it looks like. So this is like almost +4.
I don't know. It's like for me, for example, I'm just looking at the position, and actually, I always doubt.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how it looks
Almira
like.
+4, and if we remember the position of Munguntuul against Kosteniuk, it was +4, but for us it was sort of obvious. Knight, cutting the rook, queen is there. Here +4, but for me, it would be like +2 or a little bit less even.
But let's say if you play king f4 here. Like king of 6,
okay, I can start with king
so
f4.
Where do you
okay,
go? Yes.
Rook goes somewhere. D3 or E1.
No,
maybe
but I
E1.
think rook E1 is, you need to cut the king.
Yeah.
Yes, I think it's important, because in the other variation which we analyzed, even though the pawn structure was not the same, but I think if the king gets to D5, this is it.
It's over, yeah.
So
let's say that you push G4, and then if I go this way, you will push B4. Okay, first I will give you check. So sorry.
Yes,
first give you check. If you go to E4, Now I can maybe play king e6 because you're not on time.
So
I don't know.
What do you do here? Yes, I love this rook f1. Yes, and then
King e6.
king e6. The rook c4 is for the moment out of play. So I think that we have our graphics ready.
Okay.
So first, maybe just
To see the results.
yes, look at the pairings. But we wanted to remind ourselves and our viewers about the standings after the 2 Grand Prix. What do you think? Yes, the points. Yes, the points. So one decisive game so far, and it's quite a surprise. Alexandra Kosteniuk lost with black pieces against Batkhuyag Munguntuul. 2 draws, and let's have a look at the... Yes, this is what we wanted to know. No, actually, this is her first tournament, Alojzije, because you see, that's what we
No,
have.
but maybe she hasn't collected any points yet, so maybe we need to check the standings of each Grand Prix. You can dig it a little bit later.
Yes.
So maybe how was Tbilisi? How was Shymkent?
Shymkent.
Yeah, Shymkent. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, we can check it later. Let's still stay with the game. Okay, so it's not so obvious to me. So rook d3 played. Maybe rook e1 was more to the point.
Yes, but because
no, this is the position. No, sorry, this is the position.
King f4 was not played for the moment, of course. So
okay, the game will last for a while. So let's check other ones. Here we left after rook a around here. Knight c1. I think Humpy is doing great. She's now much better.
No, she's definitely playing
fantastic
for a
king.
win now,
King is blockading and attacking pieces at the same time. Bishop on the right square. Rook ready to penetrate, and potential passer on the king side.
She will regret her move rook e2, I think. And maybe even b4. You know, I think that if you play those moves, very responsible moves like b4, you need to be very concrete afterwards. So you need to exchange a few weaknesses, like you said, h4 maybe, or a4, c5.
And even c5, yes, as we mentioned. But this knight on d3 was doing a good job, because actually it was controlling a lot of squares, preparing c5, preparing to jump on f4, and now this h4 doesn't work any longer. So
but now nothing works.
Yeah.
You know, you just have to sit and wait. Just you have no idea.
Rook f8, I guess, coming to f3 maybe, rook a4, I don't know. h5 is of course move, and we play h5, g4, then your bishop can also enter the game later. Okay, now black has several choice.
I would say that this game just went downhill from the moment Harika played before.
Yeah.
And yes, this wonderful king on e6, and Humpy played this at what stage did she play king e6? When they took on e5, because we haven't seen this. Here. That's
and
here,
I'm praising the decision. She played this bishop fa. I think that brought her much earlier. That brought her potential victory, because d takes e5 is, as we mentioned, some kind of silent draw offer. Or e5 was silent draw offer, but she declined it by playing bishop f8. And yeah, I'm thinking that this was the crucial step.
Yes, that was exactly the moment where we analyzed, and I asked you, so if you're taking a5, then if rook d7 is a forced draw, then bishop f8 was the only way for black to Keep
Yeah,
some
and
tension.
it paid off.
Yes,
It
and
paid off.
continue
It was
playing.
not easy because I think we can go back to the position because it's very picturesque. So you see, you're going backwards. It's not something you are doing so easily in chess. And yeah,
So ED6 simply bishop D6, yes?
yeah,
Let's say just in case.
yeah. And then this regrouping and everything. King goes back, and then king comes back to E6. Well, that was really, really good. And now she's cruising towards the victory. 25 minutes on the clock.
This is what chess is about. You know, this is a real struggle. You know, square by square, bishop f8, bishop e7, then the king is now in a safe place.
Sometimes they're asking me about, are you in a good shape during some tournament? How do you measure it and so on? So I think, for example, you can take a pawn, stay with the material advantage, but you will lose initiative. Sometimes it was the last moment to take it, you miss it, and suddenly your initiative evaporates. Or sometimes you took a pawn, it was a pawn grab, but initiative would yield you even more material. And in a good shape, you're making good decisions. So my point was to say that all those players, they see possibilities, but to decide to opt in which direction to take, sometimes it's matter of some loss of concentration or evaluation, a little bit misjudging, and so on. So
rook f8 she played.
very good move.
Very good move.
Rook goes to f3.
She activates her rook, and rook f3, of course.
And I just wanted to add that all those players who lost the games, will defend why they did something. So, of course, as you mentioned, Harika regrets it now, but at that moment, logics were not to touch anything, which is also understandable. So,
no, I mean, like, it started me here because, for example, I already had this feeling that, how to say, like, you see here. So this sequence, knight c5, b6, yes, knight g3, a5. Then Humpy is restraining the knight here. But then she went for b4. This is a moment where it started in a way to slip away from her.
yeah, but also she can defend
Let's
her
say
judgment, saying that after taking, I'm putting pressure and I'm trying to provoke some weakness. So,
but the simple move rook c8, you know, protected it all, yes?
and probably she thought, okay, this move shouldn't be so strong because you're abandoning the file. I know it's hard to say. There is also logics behind her play. Of course, she knows she's a good player. She knows that it's not wise to make
no, but let's say here in this position, yes, that's what I wanted to say. Do we have an alternative here? Maybe she didn't want simply to, like, for the moment, king e6, we can't play this. G5,
she could have played like waiting
the b3.
b3.
Yes, okay, so what do you do?
And
here?
then you come with the king, and then I wait. Yeah. And probably it's fine.
Why can't I check you first? Like, oh, you're going to f5 after knight f4?
Ah, okay.
Just
So maybe
no, but let's check because I want. Like king is6, why not knight f4?
Knight f4,
yes.
okay. King f5, I guess it's...
Oh my god, so you're going for f5 now. Yeah. And, okay, you want to underline
but let's say that she plays her
is
pieces, she
like
arranged her pieces this way. For example, I don't know, you play something and I play a4.
Mm-hmm.
Probably there is rook e7 is now, I forgot about
that's what I wanted to say, because the knight on d3 is cementing the position. Okay, king e6, certainly, but my pawn is not hanging there, so what are you doing?
Okay, some g5 would happen probably, and then again same stuff. More or less, it will be the same. Rook d8, I don't know, rook g3, and we are sort of stuck.
G5, yeah. So.
Yeah, but now she's really struggling. King b2 played.
So you mentioned rook f3. First, just to activate the rook, take away a few squares. But then how do you continue? Let's say rook f3. Now that the a2 pawn is protected, maybe I can move my knight. Let's say rook f3, knight b3, or something like this.
Okay, yeah, I got your point. Because black, okay, but this is sort of dream position. But black can also, she can go in different ways.
Direction?
So yeah,
You mean h5, g4?
yeah, I
Just
was thinking about it.
So, but okay, let's try first rook f3.
Yeah.
We should analyze. Then
Knight b3. You wanna
yes,
make,
knight b3.
yeah.
What else can we do here? Maybe not rook f3, but rook f1.
But now when this knight is far away from d5 square, maybe c5 is not wrong. Because
Right,
this is a
no,
weakness.
Yes. It's very difficult to find a useful move once again for white because
Probably white needs just to stay put to wait. But then, I don't know, I will slowly arrange my pieces, and this is
I have no squares. That's
yeah,
the problem. h5
joker,
has
yeah.
taken one of the squares, so the knight cannot no longer play knight g3. Yes, you're right. This is a very unpleasant position if not close to winning.
Yeah, yeah. Has something changed in Alexandra against Kateryna? b4 played.
So she didn't go for king f4, and she wants to open this. Does she want like cb rook b4, but then rook e6? No, she wants
If
cb
you take
cb.
with cb. And then if you go some rook a3, I can push even b5. Maybe it's not necessary, but long term, I will find a way how to maneuver. Because the problem is later, if you lose one pawn, probably you're losing a second one as well at some stage. So your rook always need to be connected with my a pawn. So for you need to stay. You cannot move. Okay, you can still move a bit because my king is on the fourth rank. So I will move my king. Let's say like this. Push g4, and then you need to wait. And you cannot wait here because then I can switch to attacking, and we will drop both pawns. So you need to stay on a1. Okay,
Yes,
here there is a
exactly,
check,
because
so you need to move the king as well.
No, here let's play not rook a3 but rook b1. I wanted to give checks. Please.
You go rook b1. Okay,
rook c7.
But then again rook c7, and so I think this is the problem.
But if I check you, but your king is too far away. Maybe so because you can give everything. Let's say rook h1, king g3, rook g1. So like king with rook f1.
Okay, king e3. Maybe I can walk a while, come closer. I think.
Rook g1 if I play.
But then I take, and then it's a check.
Yes, I missed it.
Check, and rook comes to this. b4 was played, so we have this position.
Maybe then she shouldn't take. Can she play rook e5?
Rook e5?
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably the best
Maybe
try.
Yes, it's more stubborn at this point, so...
Okay, the point is, as you mentioned, suddenly white will start coming closer to the queen side, so king f4. If you push, I'm going closer.
But then can I... Rook e5, king g3 simply, yes?
I think this will be the concept, probably.
Yes.
And then...
But then rook g5.
Okay, g4. And I'm trying to break through somehow, move the rook, and king comes to c4. So I guess this is the concept. I'm not 100% sure, of course.
And Alexandra Goryachkina is down to 7 minutes and like 40 seconds. Yes, she knows that this position is...
Yeah, maybe it's a moment also to remind the viewers. So they're playing 9 rounds. We have a free day on 23rd. It's Sunday.
23rd?
Yes, it's Sunday. It's Sunday, so after 5th round, right? So yeah, they are playing with the increment, 90 minutes per 40 moves, and then half an hour additionally.
Yes, I mentioned that there's going to be a special event on the free day. latest news, yes, that we're going to play a friendly basketball match. So I'm curious myself to see.
Please add something chess match as well to level the chances.
Chess.
So you like to play
basketball.
basketball?
Yes,
or-
yes, I love
Okay.
the game. I love to watch the game as well. But I would watch almost any sports events. So I think that
So you love culture, you like music, sports, lot of
science,
science, poker. Yeah,
Yes,
a
not
lot
many
of
things
interest.
left, yes.
24 hours, is it enough? Probably not.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Yeah, you have also a restaurant. Your partner, right?
Yes, I don't know, like who I am anymore. You know, because it's interesting to ask yourself from time to time. Maybe it takes a lifetime to answer those questions, but yes, who you are.
And I forgot to tell you guys that yesterday that was Almira's birthday.
Oh,
So yeah,
thank you.
just on air once again. Happy birthday. I guess it's nice to have it.
Of course, surrounded with friends.
Friends,
yes.
exactly.
We had an intimate celebration and had a lot of laughs.
And Monaco is not a bad place to have a birthday, to be there on that date, I guess. It's nice. So I think that my birthday will be at this, not similar, but at the chess tournament as well. It will be European Women Individual Championship. Yeah,
in April?
Yeah, in April. I was born 2nd of April. So yeah, that would be my date. Okay, so what's going on? Rook e5 played after b4, as you mentioned.
No, but we realized, of course, because it's the only try. Because if cb4, b5, you know, fixing the structure is
and the problem is we mentioned this
improve.
fixing the structure means that you cannot liquidate with some a7 pawn. You at least have a chance maybe to liquidate, but here it's not possible for black. So rook e5 is a necessary move. But now king will start marching. What's going on? I don't know where. I don't know.
Yes, let me check
where to switch our attention.
Position, because I have no idea. I think that Humpy is still thinking. She hasn't played rook f3 yet. What are the alternatives, by the way? Maybe rook f1, by the way, threatening bishop a3.
Let me check.
Yes. Here. Could it be
that she's calculating some rook endgame?
No, but rook f1. Rook f1.
Okay, rook f1 is...
Okay, if not rook f3, what do you do?
No, I was thinking maybe bishop a3. Is that the move she's thinking? But I don't see.
I don't think that.
I don't see. Although it can be also an idea. Maybe she's calculating something, forcing. Probably it's also an option.
Yes, but you see that all your pawns are weak. So any kind of transformation is actually in black's favor. And the king is very close to the e5 pawn. So yes, but rook f3, rook f1 are actually
h5 played. We have a move.
By knight
h5 played. Okay, viable alternative. Knight b3 will be played. That's actually was the concept of white to release the knight.
That's the only way to do like to
h5, knight b3 will be played, I guess, but still.
But knight b3 and then c5. Because maybe knight d4 is this, right?
Yeah.
She
knight b3 played, and now c5 is probably the move. I don't see other alternatives.
And Humpy, she won the World Rapid Championship, in New York. And what I loved about her interview, which she gave after the tournament, that she shared her worries, and that she was not really confident. The tournaments didn't go her way in 2024, even though that she finished second in the candidates tournament. And she said she was not really expecting anything. And then she won this title in style. So actually she was thinking about, should I stop? Well, should I continue playing? Of course, with some health issues along the way. So as you can see, she is a very strong player. I think she qualified for many Grand Prix and played against Huifan a few times. So it's mixed performance in Shymkent, as you can see on your screen. So
yeah, finishing fifth, which we cannot claim as a failure. To be fifth, of course, but still, she's capable of even more. C5. She opted for that. Actually, this resembles Berlin endgame. Sometimes that you're not afraid even your opponent lands a piece somewhere. King is an important factor in Berlin's endgame. So I think she understands all those stuff. G4 now is the move you want to make. And it will be played, I would say, in less than a minute.
So G4, then how do you continue?
I don't know, but this looks scary. G4, and then I'm preparing.
Once again.
Yeah, but okay, she will then switch the rook to G file and start pushing even more. Okay, she's hesitating a bit. I was expecting G4 to happen immediately.
But what I like about Humpy's play that she will always take her time. She knows when are the critical moments which require those thoughts, and she will still make the strongest move in the position. So Alexandra Goryachkina is still thinking. That means that we have a move.
Yeah, in that position, King F3 was played. And yeah, she will push G4, and it's just better for... Of course, it's better, but it's a better version, I would say, than before for white. And let's check here. Okay, not much is happening for the last few seconds. I was expecting this G4 immediately. Is G4 coming? Yes.
We're thinking.
Okay, these are the part of round where you cannot comment much. Many games have finished.
Don't know why I was thinking about the words from the Beatles song, while my guitar gently weeps, so. And at some point, you well, Beatles, they're singing, with every mistake we must surely be learning, yes.
So I'm trying to check the results of the first leg, and this is the case. So Alina Kashelskaya won the event, 6th out of 9. Then Bibisara second, 5.5. Solakidu Zagnizde Muzichuk Anna with 5, sharing third place. Maria Muzichuk solo 6th place.
But yeah, she didn't play.
No.
Yes, okay.
Vaishali with 4 points, Kosteniuk with 4 points, Yavakishvili 3.5, and Sarasadat was last. Let's just check how Alexandra started. She started with +1 after 4 rounds, but then in last 5 rounds, 2 losses and draws. And Sarah, she started quite bad, only half point out of 4 rounds, and then last 2 rounds she also lost. I will also check the second leg. So second leg, Munguntuul played it. So let me see. So Tan played Goryachkina, Koneru, Lagno, Divya, Assaubayeva, Paehtz, Solakidou, Salimova. Trying to open the results page, but I'm not.
We'll see it later. Maybe let's see if the positions have changed. So Kateryna, she was walking, but she's sitting on the board right now. So king f3, rook d5. Yes. So if we go g4 according to the plan, let's move maybe to this endgame. Because it doesn't matter, king f4 or king f3.
I
maybe
think
there is a
G4
difference.
needs to be played.
We have to play g4. And then, but so if king g5, then king e4. Yes, you are kicking the rook from the 5th rank, so you can do it. Then after g4, what else can you do? We had a look at rook d1, but then you're losing on c5.
G4 will be played. What else? As you mentioned.
Yes, g4.
Okay. King can wait.
Yes, we were looking. No, because in our analysis, our king was on f4.
F4, exactly.
So let's say if okay, rook d3 check.
Okay.
What does it change here?
I go
king
with
e4.
the king e4.
And it's still the
You
same.
need
Yes,
to.
we are losing on c5.
Yeah, and if you go here, I'm just moving. So let me read you final ranking. If I get it, but it's super slow. Maybe I don't have it yet.
Black can't wait forever in this position, so
G4, I guess will be played, but she's just rechecking. Why is Koneru thinking so much? It's not so clear.
there is nothing concrete, no. And Kateryna went for rook f4.
Let me check. Yeah, she was confused by something. And okay, check is not bad usually because we can go back. So will she play king e4 or not?
No, but the thing is, yes, now she needs to play king e4 because rook g3 is a threat. So you can only play this with a combination of, or you will play rook c4 back. What else can you do? Let's say rook e4, king e4,
King
sorry.
e4, yeah, rook g5 or.
Oh, you need to keep maybe the rook on the d5.
d1,
Yes, rook d1. And
king e5.
What do you do here?
Okay, you still can wait for a while.
Mm.
Okay, rook f6 is threatening, so maybe king
King
g5.
g5. But
Even rook f7, I think
the king is very close. Maybe
doesn't work. Sorry.
This is it.
Rook
What?
to b8. She wants to play b5. Very strange. Let's have a camera of that game.
And how many minutes do we have left?
8 minutes for white. 9 minutes for white, 8 minutes for black.
Etienne, can we have a bigger screen? Maybe of this board, so yes, we can have the players. Wow. Yes, and why actually I was talking about Humpy's interviews and her results, because very often when you play against your compatriots, but which look up to you, when they were growing up, but every game where you have this direct encounter is a direct challenge, challenge of your supremacy, and psychologically it's not easy.
Okay, I opened the results of second leg. So there in Kazakhstan, Goryachkina won the event 7 out of 9. Tan was second, 6.5. And then with 5 points sharing third place Bibisara and Stavrula. Koneru was sharing 5th place with Divya. Lagno was 7th with 4 points. Salimova 3.5 on the 8th place. Paehtz 9th place, sharing 9th place with Munguntuul. Let's just check how Munguntuul has started the event. So she lost. Okay, that's strange. She lost all the games with white pieces. Can you believe this? She lost first round with white, third round, fifth round, 7th round, and 8th round with white. And with black, she scored 2.5 out of 4.
Yes, but the thing is, I told her, okay, her style, she has a very aggressive style.
Very interesting.
So I think maybe the openings didn't go her way. And that's why Alexandra opted for something
solid.
calm, yes, and solid, and took this positional approach. But I have no move here. Let's see.
Yeah.
I don't even know where is there.
So here rook g5 was played, while in Humpy's game rook e3. But I think we should stay at Harika against Humpy because it's sort of time trouble. 6 minutes, 9 minutes, and it's not so obvious. What would you do?
I wouldn't go for b5. She also leave the c4 square for the knight. You get rid of the weakness. Unless it's winning immediately, you shouldn't consider it. What can you do? Go back. But now if you go rook f8, maybe rook e3, rook b3.
Yeah. That's a detail.
Yes, attacks the b6
important detail. And the knight go to e4. Actually, you see that she managed to transfer her knight from c1 to b3, d2, and if it lands on e4, I'm not sure what will happen in this game. Yes, sometimes maybe we can tell the viewers a little bit more about this position. She sees rook f3, g4 in this position, and maybe some other moves, and suddenly you're switching plans, and you play some move without a huge concept, and actually you realize after it has been done that there is a chance for white to improve more than you.
But then, okay, let's continue. B5. Yes, okay. She played. Let's be consistent.
I take, you take, rook
b5,
b3,
and then rook b3. So,
what can you do? You will take.
What can you do here?
You will take.
Yes.
And I
but
take.
Then I maybe b3. So
okay, it's possible.
And what do you mean?
Still,
okay, what else can you do?
Knight, I was thinking maybe to take with the knight, maybe.
No, but
then g4 comes.
Maybe, I don't know, but I wanted to bring my.
You wanted to take with the king?
No, with the pawn.
Yeah, AB, some g4 coming.
But maybe you're still losing the pawn on 5.
Okay, this is still unpleasant. But why not maybe to have a passer? And then to combine it with a knight. Maybe this is an asset. If you give check, I move my king, and I'm trying to combine this setup. I think this is a way how to move. You play g4, I push a4. And now, if you go rook a8, I go king b3, and I want to support my passer, and the rook will come to a2. This is the way to go. Humpy made the move. And rook a4 was played.
Maybe we can bring the players on the screen so I can have my cuff. Get this away. Etienne?
Yeah, let's go full screen. Rook a4 was played. I guess a3 will be a reaction. 8 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black. Now it's not so obvious will black manage to win this one. At the same time, in Goryachkina, Lagno against Goryachkina, b5 was played. Very strange move, but also understandable decision. She wants to be active, somehow trying to liquidate on the queen side, although it looks to me now with some precise calculation then that is just game over. I don't know, let's say AB and C4. Goryachkina is very long time, 2 minutes on the clock. Lagno has enough time to calculate, while at the same time in Harika against Humpy there is a G4. Okay, so what do you do with white? How do you wait? Because your rook is well played. A3, a good move. Why not H3 immediately? Rook b4 maybe. It's an option. So this is the way how you exclude. Exclude the rook.
It's a prophylactic move.
Yeah,
yes.
Very good. I like it a lot. A3, stopping rook b4, depriving black's initiative, and then H3 will be played. Maybe.
If you play H4 here, I actually went for bishop d8, but
okay, now rook on b8.
But maybe now clumsy. You can play H3. That's why I wanted to play H4. So if I play H3, I can play G3. That's why I wanted to hurry. What if you play H3 now? So
you mentioned H4 here immediately.
Yes. So now at least I deprived you.
Yeah, but the problem is rook G2 is coming. This is an issue. And
yes.
You cannot play rook G8 because of rook B6.
But king F5.
King F5
is rook F2 maybe check. Yes, and this is
okay. Maybe I can play with that kind of stuff, but probably I don't. Bishop D8 played. At the same time, here after B5, I think some A5 is a good move. Probably even taking, because when you take some C4 and king comes to D3 and runs. So let's stay at this game.
But okay, let's try H3. How are you reacting to H3? Maybe
no,
bishop
I don't.
C7. Bishop C7. You know, she's rerouting her bishop to C7.
But then I take on G4.
Yes.
I take on G4.
Take on G4. Rook G3. Bishop B5 check.
Okay, I can play king B3.
No, but I take on yes.
Or you take on
I wanted. No, I cannot take on A3. So you see, yes, I'm pinned. You know,
but you play this.
Yes.
So I must play probably this move. And if you play rook A8, okay, this is very complicated.
But if I'm playing,
I was thinking that I moved, but there is a rook E3.
No, rook E3. Yes. What else can I do here?
Nothing. That's it. You won't win this one.
I'm losing a
Yeah.
piece, or you're having
So after h3, is there
perpetual there?
any way? So h3 is the move. Maybe it's a moment that we go with the camera. If we have some different angle, I would focus on Harika to check, can she find this h3, or she will probably play it. Yeah, that's a better angle. So h3, I think, is a little tiny move, saving white.
Especially you see that how different players behave. Humpy is sitting there like a sphinx, and Harika was defending, finding moves, which were not
Easy at
easy
all.
at all.
She was passive.
And now, her body language changed. She grasped it. Okay, the evaluation probably is not the same anymore. So she's she's ready. So what if she's not going to play h3? There is another move, which can be interesting, which we can propose in this position. What do you think, Alojzije?
No,
Or h3 is logical here.
no, she's completely aware of it, that, but she's
Right.
just calculating this bishop e5. It's not an easy stuff. So she spotted this bishop c7, and there are many complicated nuances in the end.
We can explain why h3 is important. First of all, you're getting rid of one of your weaknesses, and which is on h2, which is the color of the bishop, by the way. So it's also or not bishop e5, bishop h2 at some point. So
yeah, because maybe you can wait as well, because this rook g2 is saving the day. But okay, she
played something else.
Okay, she was ready to wait.
Rook d3, bishop c7, and king b3.
So rook d3, bishop c7, and king b3 was played.
So you need, but it's just not the same. So
okay, she hesitated a bit. Rook e8, rook a8 will be played, as you mentioned. Okay, while we are waiting, let's check something has changed in Lagno against Goryachkina. Yeah, now it looks like a game over. Maybe we can just check with the camera how is the situation there, but I would expect resignation very soon.
And how we went rook b8, king a2, because I thought rook a8 and then bring the rooks to the other side of the board.
Yeah, we can combine the camera of the game of Goryachkina against Lagno with this board. Let's get the camera, because as I mentioned, I expect resignation. King b2 played last seconds. She's in 20 seconds. Yeah, so last moments, 10 seconds. Maybe we can go full screen.
Well, she needs to play rook g3.
Rook g3 will be, yeah, it's the only move. So now I think even rook f8 just.
Why can't you play c5?
C5, yeah.
Here.
A lot of good moves.
No, but since your rook was forced to play to play rook g3, it's completely out of place. So now you
Yeah,
can push
c5 just wins.
c5.
We can go full screen.
And
That
the
you,
king is cut,
yeah,
of course. So.
you get those final moments. I think that's about it. c5. Okay, she's rechecking, but not much is there for black. And then later we will come back to Harika against Humpy. But I have a feeling that c5 will happen in few seconds. Maybe I'm wrong.
So very interesting opening choice, first of all. And even though Alexandra has found all the moves to avoid an opening catastrophe, let's put it this way, because probably it was like walking on the minefield. So she avoided all the sharp lines. She traded queens, but somehow ended up in a slightly worse endgame. And as we saw, Kateryna Lagno was very precise, and here we are.
Resignation. Great start for Lagno. Tough start for Goryachkina, but she's also probably ready to fight back.
Yes, and how difficult it is to win games in those tournaments, so we were talking, what's the strategy? Should you play every game with the white pieces for a win?
Yeah, the point is you come to the tournament with some strategy, and who said? Mike Tyson?
No,
Everyone has strategy until they kick you in your head, right? Yeah, so it's not easy, but they are ready now. Sometimes it's also when you lose, as we mentioned, you pull yourself and try to think about moves, not about the result, about some achievement ambition. So let's go and check the second game with the camera. So has something changed there? Rook d8. Rooks were offered. And yes, so we are here, Almira. Okay.
Yes, we bring
results
for you.
2 wins with white pieces.
Yes,
2 draws.
and I think, Alojzije, we are going to have the interview live once again. Well, I think that in the game that we still have in front of us, Harika against Humpy, white didn't play h3, so you still have this potential weakness in the endgame, which might actually be decisive.
Yeah, it seems that she misplayed it, but it's also understandable. Yeah,
But now bishop c7, unfortunately we can bring the board on your screens right now, but bishop c7, and you can see that bishop b5 is always coming with the tempo, and
Well, the game was
to take on h2
okay for me. I was slightly better after the opening when she played bishop e6, so I think I'm a little bit better because of the pawn structure. But still, nothing really special, but she had to defend, and somehow she was short of time at some point, and she made several mistakes, so I managed to win it.
After some time, it looked like you were heading to a mild endgame, after all the trades, even though you were playing on a weak pawn. Did you ever think that the game was heading to a draw, or did you think you had chances the whole time?
Well, I was, trying to find to create some problems. Well, I think it should be draw somewhere, but the pawn was still weak on e6, then on e5, and somehow there was no forced draw, so just not easy for her at all.
And time trouble, that's been a big issue in this round. We've seen a lot of blunders. Do you think that affected today's result?
Not in our game. Like she didn't blunder, I think, anything. It just was somehow outplayed after some point. So.
And Kateryna, you of course won the last Women's Grand Prix. How did that affect you going into this cycle?
Well, not the first one, and I hope not the last one. So I'm just
and try to play my best chess.
What do you think it takes to win such a big event, a Grand Prix series?
Well, it's just amazing tournament, very strong one, and if you win it, you have some chances to qualify for candidates. So it's the main goal for 10 players who are playing here.
Well, thank you so much, Kateryna, and good luck for the rest of your event.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
Final moments. Yeah, a lot of things happened, Almira, in this game, and it's still far from over. 2 minutes on the clock. Here, of course, if you take on e5, knight c5, or knight g3, or whatever, or knight
It's a
g3,
very
and
dramatic game, Alojzije, because I was thinking it's not the game that it's filled with blunders, and sometimes like those imprecisions cannot be like shown or seen by the audience, shown by us and seen by the audience, but it's like we are here. It's the fifth act of I don't know, the opera. It's a long game. It's a long struggle. But finally, Humpy managed to win the pawn on e5, and she's getting closer to the victory.
yeah, and I think the point is now that she won't collect it immediately, that she will take it later, and actually king is hiding behind that pawn. 2 minutes on the clock, 3 minutes for white. With the increment, it should be enough.
And you see this h2 pawn, yes, I was talking about it all the time, but
I think we should
Yes.
switch the camera angle, because yours cannot see. Okay, now it's a bit better. Maybe zoom it a bit.
so is she looking for knight f6, attacking the h5, but then of course you should not rush and maybe protect the pawn with h8. What do you think, Alojzije?
Okay,
Knight f6, rook h8, and then you take on e5.
can be the way. Knight
Yeah.
f6. Yes, arbiters are there because it's time trouble, but hopefully we can find some way that we get an angle. Okay.
H8 is played, of course. So
This is glitch, so okay, it was played.
so knight f6, rook h8, knight d5 is maybe attacking the bishop. So now you can take. No?
I think she will play king f4 now, with white trying to get some activity.
Okay, but bishop b5. What do
Okay,
you?
knight d5 back. Okay, same thing. But king a4 I think is necessary.
I didn't think about this move. at first because I was only looking at knight d5, but okay, let's say knight d5. You're taken on e5. I cannot take on b6 because you have rook b8. So maybe after knight d5, bishop b5, she will play king a4. Easier to find, yes?
Yeah. This will be the move.
But then check. Can you check?
King, okay.
Yes,
king
let's
b5.
try this variation. I
King
wanted to try
a5.
this
You
variation.
want to give
No,
take
first I
on
want,
it,
yes, take on
take,
e5.
give check.
Mhm.
King goes to b5.
Yes,
Take.
rook a3.
Yes.
And what do you do here?
I'm not sure. And one cheapo. I don't know is this working. But even this should be lost.
Can I no, I don't want to give a check first. Yes, I'm a bit afraid.
You can even maybe take, but this is not clear.
But then if you wanted to do so, then you should have played knight d7, you know, knight f6, bishop b5, and maybe knight d7 if you want to transpose to here. Yeah. No, here. No, when the knight was on f6.
Before.
Yes, here, so knight d7.
Knight d7.
Yes, if you wanted, but still you can take on d7, rook e5, and then it's even worse because the rook is on h4, so you push, yes, h8, h4. So king d7, rook e5, and h4. No, actually it's even worse. So what else can you do here?
I don't see anything better than king a4, at least to give, and even to come to c6 to threaten something.
Maybe just show that knight b6 is refuted by rook b8.
Yeah, the pin.
So what else can we do here? Since we are exposed to so many screens, at some point I can barely see the board. Yes.
a4 plate.
Well, now she wants to take on b6 and play
a5. Yeah, but this is the point to take. If you go here, I take.
But maybe I'm faster. Oh no, but maybe I can go.
Yeah, just to show. So this is the point to protect the knight. But as you mentioned, maybe some h3, g3, and it's.
Also h4, knight b6. Let's see.
Knight b6,
yes,
h3.
Then, yes, or
not g3 because of h3. Yes. Maybe it's a bit slower.
But h3 first.
I think it's curtains. So a4, h4, I guess, will be played. Most likely 2 minutes on the clock. Clock is ticking. 2 minutes, more than enough.
h4, maybe not knight b6. And maybe, what else can we try? Maybe h4, knight e3. Can we try?
Yeah, you can.
Yes, because you can play h3 then. Does it change something? h4, knight e3. So you're forced to play
g3.
g3 is here, but so then h3 and
rook f.
Can you hold this one?
You're threatening knight g4. Probably not.
Can we try this? Yes, Lord.
Okay.
With page 4, knight e3. So,
I was thinking rook f4. Even if you go there, I will give check. But even if I don't see check, I think check is useful. But even if I don't see check, I think.
Yes, you can still protect the bishop, of course, and then just unpin yourself. Yes, this is completely wrong. But Humpy is still thinking. So, h4 is played.
Yeah.
Despite a few small mistakes, this is a very impressive game.
knight b6, and now
Now
h3
h3.
is the move.
We are
So,
mesmerized. Yes, we are waiting
yeah,
for the move
yeah.
to be played on the board because we know that h3 is winning. And 45 seconds for Humpy. She wants to be sure, of course. It's important not to fall asleep, you know? Fall asleep just because
Wouldn't be a first time that people
lost on
check.
time.
Yeah,
Yes, no, but
exactly.
it happened to me. That's why I know, because you really want to control everything. And here it is.
Yeah,
h3
she
is on the
played it.
board. And the arbiter,
Sorry.
yes, to give another
h3.
score sheet because there are only 60 moves. If you haven't played a classical game in your life, like I know a few friends of mine, they're so passionate about chess. They always play it online, but they actually haven't seen a score sheet in their life, you know, so just there are only 60 moves on the score sheet. And so then
Yeah.
the arbiter is giving you another score sheet since all moves have to be recorded.
Maybe we should go now full screen because last seconds are on the clock. With the camera, it's not so important that we analyze now. Maybe some different angle in the middle, if it's possible to get it. Then you will see the clock even better. 10 seconds. After 5 hours, you need to play it on the last seconds. Knight d5 and g3 will just...
Yes, that's why we started with h3. Yes, we fixed
g3, and I don't see a way
h2
to prolong the game. Knight f4.
Check.
Okay, to sacrifice, but...
But let's say king over d6 or
Okay, she will sacrifice on h3. Of course, it's dead lost in many ways, but she can also take on h2. That just...
Yes, knight h3, maybe g takes h2 is even better.
Okay, last trick.
But what is the trick if I play bishop d4?
Oh, okay. You forgot that maybe the idea is to bring the knight to f2, but not to attack the bishop. It's not a trick, I agree. Bishop d4. And that's it.
Bishop d4, maybe even bishop d6.
Yeah, bishop d4, I think it's the simplest way. And we will have a win with black, and 3 decisive games out of 5. We can be quite happy with the outcome.
I see she wants to give up the knight on g2, so maybe bishop d6 and keeping the like this possibility of taking on h2. But now maybe you shouldn't play g2. You should wait. You should not allow white to sacrifice the knight, even though if it's winning.
I see one variation, rook sacrifice, rook to e8.
Oh.
If you take, I take on h2, but of course it's not easy to make it. And bishop f6 in the end.
But let's say if you would have played bishop d6 there, then even this was not possible.
Yeah, I think everything wins. Rook b8, rook b2, but okay, 16 seconds. Okay, she took. Also,
she wants to play king g4, king g4, king g3, king f4. Well, this is still the same. Maybe king g4.
Yeah. Okay, that was wise decision, because when king comes to g2, you cannot kick
When in time trouble, also I like Rook E8 maybe is a spectacular idea, but you should keep things simple.
Yeah,
Yes.
I agree.
Of course, it was probably winning, but then King G4, King F4, King G3.
But I like also how Harika is fighting, because she's trying to complicate, at least for a while. Okay. The game goes on. Rook A8.
King E4.
Bishop C3.
Maybe she wants just simply to grab the pawn and then execute her opponent. Oh, King A4 anyway is the only move is here. Yes, I've seen this. Yes, there's, as I told you, accessories are very important. It's part of all of the modern image of the athletes. So Harika has different designs, I think, of her fingernails. Bishop C3. And okay, what
Very
else can we
precise.
do?
Very precise. She will take on A5 and then she will pin the rook.
So let's say King B5, Rook A5, King C6,
Rook A1.
Rook A1, and yes, this is over. It was a very long game, by the way, so more than 5 hours.
Very
of course.
tense, very
Yes,
tense.
tense.
And the thing is, if you start checking those games without following them live, afterwards, you can just fast forward in a minute and then say, okay, black was winning easily. But when you're following the games, you realize how tough is it. Okay, rook will take the pawn, check. Rook A5.
King B3, and then where do well, almost anywhere, yes. You can move your bishop to D2, D4. Maybe deprive the white knight of, this maneuver knight E3, knight F1 or F5, who knows.
So where she will put her bishop? What do you think?
No, that's what I said. I want to play bishop D2 or bishop D4 because she starts
D2 in the end.
Yes, to keep the knight away, from the battle. Knights are very dangerous. Knight E3, knight F1. No, nothing is possible. I was actually looking for a sign of relief on Humpy's face, because, well, she knows that the position is winning, has been winning already for a while, when Harika committed, I think, the last precision, but she's fully concentrated, it's like if you would dissociate, her. Okay, now there is. Now we know.
That was
the look
moment.
I was looking
exactly.
for. But the board and, and the posture, you wouldn't know, if she's winning or not.
Now H2 will be played. And last nail here.
Mhm. Basically, you can even take,
Yeah,
no?
yeah.
Rook a3, bishop b3.
E3 and
Yes,
then
and
yeah,
then
king g2. And probably she will take it. It's not so complicated to calculate. She will take it, I think.
yes, yes, of course. So the first round is about to conclude. We will bring, of course, the results for you. Maybe the next round pairings, just to anticipate and to recap the first round. So, well, she didn't go for k3, but bishop b3 immediately. Which maybe is just
Yeah, okay,
it's the same idea,
yeah.
of course. Yes.
King g2 is coming next.
And to start with the win with black is very important. So, because when you're looking at the pairings and see, okay, like 4 whites, 5 blacks, again, it's not fair. But when you start with the
exactly,
win,
exactly.
Things are looking completely different.
King g4. And that's it. 74 moves. Yeah.
Harika admits her defeat. Here we have
she was fighting like a lion. There was some chances to hold, but anyway, kudos to Humpy. She really did a great job.
And yes, by the way, because I thought that Batkhuyag, she didn't play, because I actually mixed up a few things. It was Harika who didn't play. That's her first Grand Prix in
Here
this
we
series.
need to apologize just to our viewers that Alexandra Kosteniuk is of course not an IM. She's a grandmaster, but of course small mistakes can always happen.
Especially like during the first round, we have to work through the dynamics between the interviews, of course. So the boards, which are very sensitive,
but a great start for viewers, great start for all of us. 3 decisive games.
And by the way, this remark made me think about one thing that we still didn't mention, that the majority of these players are GMs in this tournament, of course, so the GM norm is possible for everyone, like for all the players who are still seeking for the norms and the title. So how many GMs? I think
okay.
So we have Sarah who is an AM.
Humpy.
No, I think all of
you were thinking about IMs.
Yes, no. So it means that GM, the majority is. So yes, we have only maybe Bibisara, because I think she was about to clinch her title. So Bibisara, Sarasadat, and Batkhuyag.
Yeah.
So this is it.
Yeah.
We have 7 grandmasters out of 10 players. It's a very strong event. So this is it. The first round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix series organized in Monaco, which is the 3rd tournament of the series, just ended. These are the standings. So started with a surprise.
Do we have tomorrow's pairings?
Maybe? Yes, maybe we'll bring the pairings for tomorrow's rounds as well. Maybe not.
Or okay, we will announce tomorrow, and you will of course, you can also follow on the website FIDE. Yes.
Okay, just a second. I think we have the pairings, and we will finish our broadcast with an interview, and we will be back tomorrow at
same
3
time. Yeah.
Yes, at 3 p.m. as always. Just 1 second. 3 decisive games, wins for Kateryna, Lagno, Humpy, Koneru, and Munguntuul, Batkhuyag. Yeah.
Check. We good?
Okay.
The
Yes.
final game
Here are
of
the
the first
pairings
round of the FIDE
and
Women's Grand Prix
the
here in
interview
Monaco
of
just concluded. After 5 hours of play, Humpy Koneru beat Harika Dronavalli. Humpy, how do you feel? You must be tired, but it was such a great game.
Yeah, it was quite a long game. I think after the opening, White should just play D and D5, and Queen E2, and that's quite a standard position. I didn't like her Rook G1 move because I had a lot of flexibility with the pawn structure. Once I took ED4, I even had some plans like C5, D5 in some positions. So my structure was more flexible. So I went with the E5 and C6 idea, stopping the knight D5. Of course, it's more or less equal position after F4. She could just go bishop to E3 as well. There is no need to give away the bishop. In the knight and bishop endgame, yeah, I think White needs to maintain the structure for some time, but probably she tried to penetrate with the knights in the maneuvering. I got a very good positions, like my bishop was flexible and I had a rook on a file, and the king side there was a pawnage. Even towards the end, when she played knight f6, it's important to play knight g5 check again. Okay, now I have to try king f5, knight f7, rook e8, rook f2. Yeah, it's still not clear whether there is something here or not. I was trying to calculate. But once she played knight f6, I was very happy to see this move because I know this is going to win the game. And I think my h3 was very precise to get this g3 technique. Yeah.
And earlier in the game, she refused a repetition. You guys did repeat moves there a bit. Do you think she was really believing in her position being better? She did have the pass pawn. What did you think? Did you ever think there was trouble?
Yeah, probably she must have felt that her knight is better because that's the reason she gave away the bishop. But I know this is quite normal position, so I was just waiting for the opportunity.
And how did you manage the time trouble? You guys are both in time scrambles. How did you manage that straight?
It's not a very complicated position. It's kind of a settled position. You just, with some positional moves, so not many tricks. So it's just obvious to keep control of the squares where the rook or knight should not penetrate. So yeah, of course, probably it would be nice to play much faster.
And of course, you are coming hot off the heels of winning the FIDE Women's Rapid World Championships. Has that given you confidence going into this tournament?
Yeah, like last year I had a very bad classical tournament, so I lost my rating heavily. So I'm not thinking too much about the results, but I just want to improve my rating. Yeah.
And you are, of course, a titan in Women's Grand Prix series, regularly finishing at the top. How do you feel about this particular cycle?
Yeah, this is the strongest cycle. And also we have a lot of mixed kind of players because of the number of events. Like earlier it used to be 4, but now it's 6. So there was a lot of flexibility. So in every tournament we would be meeting different opponents as well, apart from the old players. So it's quite interesting and a strong tournament.
And playing in Monaco, you've been here before. What were your results previously, and how do you enjoy being here and playing here?
Yeah, this is my 5th time in Monaco. I have played 2 Grand Prix and also candidates. Once I also came here to play for the Monaco club. So I have been playing for the club. I have played for the club for many years. Yeah, so okay, I think more candidates I lost, but Grand Prix I managed to get some decent places. But of course, I like this place very much because here it's very friendly atmosphere, and also like the facilities and the conditions are very good.
Well, thank you so much, Humpy. Congrats on your super strong start, and good luck for the rest of your event.
Thank you.